All right, Jen, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
For some reason, I'm not seeing you. Hold on a second. I think that part of what happens is that it ends up in my other mail instead of my focus mail.
Ah,
And so I forget that on this one account for the Alta account, I have these two places, these two mailboxes. It's weird. And so I forget to look in that second one sometimes. Okay, and now I got it on the right video, on the right camera. Okay.
Um, Jen,
All
we're
right.
all sitting down and getting going. I switched to another network. Can you tell me, are you still getting that audio problem that we were having on my laptop in the last meetings, last couple of
I'm
meetings?
not having it currently, no.
Okay, let me know. You can mute
Okay.
me, send me a text, let me know what's going on. Thanks.
You bet. No, it sounds good so far. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. One, two, three. I guess we do have a quorum.
Mayor, can I just note that Elise contacted me. She is, I'm gonna reassign her, but she is just dialing in right now. She's hoping to be in a little better service by the time we get to the full meeting, but for this meeting, she may be limited in capacity, but she's connected right now.
All right. So can she hear us?
Yes, she can, I believe so. I'm reassigning her phone number to be under her name. She just can't do that.
I
since she's
I
home.
can hear you. I can hear you guys.
Okay. Hi there, Elise. All
Hi.
right. So it's the virtual work session.
Sorry about that.
So virtual work session of the Alta Town Council of June 16th, 2021. This meeting will be an electronic meeting without an anchor location pursuant to my June 7th, 2021 determination, which can be found on the Town of Alta website. If you're interested in watching or registering to participate in this virtual meeting, please see the instructions on our website. Please register for the Zoom webinar in order to make public comments. You can contact Jen at townofalta.com with questions. And you can see on the town council portion of our website the agenda for this meeting. If you prefer to provide, if members of the public want to provide comment in writing, they can submit the written comments by mail, although that was due at 3 p.m. yesterday. So this is part of the announcement for this meeting. Okay, we have two items on the agenda, one of which it has two parts. It's the final, well, the almost final adoption of the fiscal 21 budget because we still have some revenues coming in May and June, from May and June. So we'll have to come back to that at some point this summer. But in any case, we're reconciling the 21 budget and adopting what we've already adopted as a tentative 22 budget, and we are going to include adopt the final 22 budget. Okay. You know, one thing that I don't. You know, one thing that I don't see. Well, we need to have a meeting schedule. When do we adopt that? Did we do that in July or do we do that this month?
Well,
Piper's here.
Piper, you're muted. And Piper did actually, we do have a schedule, but we didn't actually send it out. So
Yeah. Okay. So during the meeting,
yeah.
it just occurred to me that as I was looking for the agenda, so we'll get to that. We'll take care of that in the meeting itself. Okay. Proposed budget amendments. So everybody was sent the budget for 21. And Piper, on the request of, I think it was Cliff, who asked for a column about the differences between what we adopted at the last time we made changes to this officially, and where we are today. So I guess I should, Piper, do you feel like we need to go through highlights of this 21 budget, or should we just take some questions and concerns?
I think I sent out a list of highlights, so if people had questions on that, maybe we
Okay.
could.
All right, let's start with that. Okay, so any comments or concerns, questions about the list of highlights that Piper sent out? Let's start with that, and then we can go on to other concerns or questions.
Mayor, before anyone asks the question, I sent you an email about pointing out a problem with the 1054 132 line.
Okay, do you want me to share my screen?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
definitely having technical difficulties at home, but yes. if you
Okay,
would.
so here is the document that we're talking about, and which line, remind me which line we're talking about, Piper?
1054, I believe it's 232. It's an insurance line.
1050, I'm sorry,
1054,
1054,
232 or 132. Sorry.
132, your insurance benefits. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not sure how I did that, but for some reason it got amended to $7,000, and it should be what you approved in January, which is 131,000. I'm going by memory here. 131, whatever the column 2 is under the January amendment.
131,966.
Yes.
Okay, so this is basically simply a recording error in this line here. It's going to have an implication so there's an implication further down, which is
1090,550.
all right, 1090,550. Okay, so there's an implication here. This is going to go down by about $125,000.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It'll go down exactly the amount that on page 4, it says the difference is 124,966.
Right, I didn't do that. I was just
Oh.
estimating it when I said 125, right?
I'm just saying that's the exact amount it would go down.
Okay, so the cell that $547,000 should read 500. working pen.
402,000.
Yeah, 400. Say again.
422. And I have to pull up that. Sorry. Oh boy. Rejected. $10.90. The amount is 422,997.
Okay. All right. We still balance here, however, because that's just the amount that we were moving into the capital projects fund. Correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Everybody copy that? So I put a note into the document here to remind anybody as we scroll around.
Understands it because she was the one that picked it up. So
All right, good. Well, it's odd that I don't know. Anyway, people sometimes enter wrong numbers, or sometimes the machines do weird things with the way you enter numbers too. So, okay.
I'm sure it was me, and I apologize. And if any of the council have questions on those, what I sent out with the highlights, please speak.
I don't have any questions right now.
Okay. I'm not seeing a flurry of activity.
Chair, can I just offer up that Sheridan's having some technical difficulties joining? I'm trying to work with her, but she hasn't been able to connect yet. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay,
She joined
thanks.
a little bit.
All right. Well, if that's, we will end up coming to a resolution in the main body of the meeting. In the meanwhile, let me close this and open up the 22 budget, which is the 21-22 budget that, proposed that Piper sent out to us, and I can share that.
Please.
Okay. So that's what you're looking at now, everybody. So one thing to notice, I saw that there was a email exchange amongst some folks, but here is where that savings from the UFA, what had been property tax going to the UFA. So this is now lower. We made less conservative, but I think not heroic assumptions about the likely revenues from sales taxes. Of course, that is something we don't know up front. Piper, do you have issues that you want to bring up for this, or should we use the same process where we invite comments, questions at this point?
Let's invite questions. I mean, I don't have my email in front of me. I don't know if anyone else does or if they have notes, but I think this is accurate as presented. So.
Okay. Remind me, when did you send out those comments on the, okay, it's on several weeks ago, I think. No, that was just to me.
I think it was in the same email with the meeting materials.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my head.
No, I
in the
don't.
agenda on the clerk's, on the clerk's notes. Clerk's office.
Oh, on the consent agenda or in the agenda itself?
In the consent agenda. I will try to bring that up. I'm sorry, I'm disorganized. I drove down from Alta. Didn't leave enough time, I guess.
I opened it. I just have to find it because the tabs don't, the way that these are entitled, these tabs, it's a little hard to navigate, but here. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. Okay, in the 22 budget, there are, we're selling the 2 trucks, so that increases, that's extra revenue. As part of this budget, we need to talk about the water rates, and is Keith here yet?
I don't see him, but I did want to add in that Sheridan has joined via phone call, and Sheridan, can you speak up just so we can see if you have connection? I've enabled you to speak. Try *6.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Thanks for your assistance, Jen, and hello, everyone.
Hello,
Okay,
Sheridan.
loud and clear.
Okay, so we propose, and I was going to say this in the mayor's report, but you've also seen a report from Jen directly. We had a water rate study from the Rural Water Users Association of Utah, and it was quite illuminating and interesting. And in our previous conversation that I had, Cliff, was that conversation in a budget committee meeting or was that in a town council meeting? I don't recall just when that conversation was.
Yes, I think it was a budget committee meeting.
Yeah, that rings a bell. So we had agreed to put into, well, basically to see what would happen if we put into the budget a 10-year repayment of the debt to the general fund from the water fund. The problem in the water fund is that we haven't really been saving enough money. Well, we haven't been charging enough to cover operational costs, and we haven't been charging enough to save money for two different but not unrelated issues. And one is that the water system owes money to the general fund. And so the balance sheet of the water system is problematic. And the other issue is that we have costs that we can anticipate. In a conversation with Keith Hansen, I've had a number of them, and one of them recently, and I acknowledge that we have not got a water infrastructure improvement plan, but to have a plan and have no money to implement a plan is a little bit, you can go in either direction, but our staff has been busy enough that I didn't feel like engaging them in what essentially was a hypothetical exercise until we knew we were going to raise some money for it. So we're planning this budget that we've put together for the water system doubles the amount that we are repaying from 20 to 40,000. And the reason for that was that's a 10-year repayment schedule, which seemed reasonable to the budget committee at the time that we had this conversation. Unfortunately, prior to this administration, this money was just sitting there as an unpaid debt. And we did agree as a town council in previous years to start paying it back. And we've been doing that, but it's really a little bit too slow at 20,000. Okay, so let's see. This I've basically said now. The sewer budget, we're expecting about $70,000 in American Recovery Act revenue. And different from the water system, the sewer system, while not everybody is a direct customer of the sewer system, like they are not a direct customer of the water system, the difference is that even the people who live in Alta who are not customers of the sewer system are actually paying for the sewer system because they are customers of the sewer system from the edge of town down to the treatment plant. So they do have a share in that. So it seems like it's a different issue to me than having what otherwise would be general fund money going into the water system. So this American Recovery Act money that we're anticipating will come to the general fund, but the budget that we are proposing moves that into the sewer budget immediately because the sewer budget that is infrastructure in the American Recovery Act has the intended, one of its intended purposes is infrastructure. And we know that we have some expenses coming up with that. I'm sorry that Keith isn't here. I wonder when he thought he knew the work session was at 3 because I was talked to him about it. Let me send him a note.
Mayor, I did that just a second ago.
Oh, all right, thanks. Well, now he's got 2.
Fair enough.
Okay. But we've talked extensively with amongst ourselves as a staff, but also with Keith as the operator of our water system. I'm going to point out that he's not really the manager of our water system. He's the operator of it. The town administration manages the water system in the sense of doing the planning and budgeting for it. And he's not really, his contract does not call for him to make, monthly reports or anything like that to the town. He may be willing to renegotiate that. Hello, Keith. Good to see you. You are muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was totally sidetracked.
Well, I hope that it wasn't a water system emergency that took your attention and that we lost many of our precious gallons of water.
No, not at all.
Good.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, you guys.
Yeah, and by the way, that is part of what's going on this year is that our water is especially precious at the moment. Okay, so let's see. Let me go back to the document and ask the council members what questions or comments they have. I think everybody must be really excited to talk about parking, the second item on our agenda.
I guess I'm a little confused, Harris, because you're showing the budget and yet you just succinctly noted that Keith is not the administrator or manager of our water, but the operator. And so the budget would not be something that he would speak to. So I guess that was part of my hesitancy in speaking up until now.
Well, he is the manager of an adjacent system, and so he can talk in general terms. What I meant was he doesn't have the responsibility for making these proposals or decisions, but we certainly have availed ourselves of his expertise. Keith, do you want to speak to what you think a well-run water system would be doing in our situation for a few minutes?
Let's see. I just got another text there from Jim, but yeah. So, the primary goal, I would say, for the town is that we want to be able to provide reliable, safe drinking water at a reasonable cost, and that we need to be saving money to be able to sustain the system and also to accommodate growth, EPA requirements, and fire protection. And, I like this staff report that Jen has put together about this water, the proposed rate. Have you guys talked at all yet about this rate proposal?
We've had a few minutes of conversation about it just now.
Yeah, as once again, we operate the system, we don't manage the system. If we were managing the system, from my side of the world, we would be doing it. I struggle a little bit with how overall you guys have worked your funding for all these years, and that you have this variance between your residential and your commercials that are so significant. The ECU system, I think, works very well. And I think that the values are fair for the residential. I think that the commercial has been under, they are paying less than they should have and have basically as long as the town has been in existence. We have never actually had our fingers into your budget, so I can only really speak about what we do down here. And that is that we base our water rate off of the costs that we have for doing business. It's simple stuff. And that we try and put about 10% of our annual, we have $1 million plus or minus annual budget, and we try to put about 10%, $100,000 into capital replacement funds so that we can keep our stuff as current as we can. With inflation, it's difficult. You know, tanks are expensive. In 2011, I gave the town of Alta recommendations, which were then reinforced in 2014 by your engineer about the things that should be being done. And really, they haven't been done. Simple things, personally, the funding of, you know, I personally down here as well, because of the way that we work, we don't rely on loans and grants. We save money and we do projects. And one of those things is if a pump fails, you go and you replace it. You try to get the maximum life you can out of your equipment, but you know, a pump's good for 7 years. So when we look at this, and I really appreciate what's gone on with taking a better look at this and looking at the costs to cover what you need to be providing. And I think that this new budget is a good, realistic way to go. And I'm short of you guys reinventing the wheels, so to speak. I think that with maybe some, you know, a longer look at it at some point to see what it is you use between, you know, 25 and 45 million gallons of water a year, depending upon the year, and also on how many leaks are in the system. You have pipes in the ground that are basically 50 years old, and 50-year-old infrastructure. Some of it is in good shape. Some of it could be improved. Some of it was substandard when it was installed, and we had a lot of that replaced 10 years ago, but there's still more that needs to be done. Your Grizzly water system is archaic at best. You know, these are the things that if it was mine to deal with, I'd work very hard to increase your capital fund so that you can do these things.
Yeah, right now, our capital fund, our balance sheet doesn't really show hardly any positive balance because of the debt. And so we're trying to get on top of that. We included 25,000 of infrastructure replacement in this budget. That's a little less than the 10%. That's about 9% of the total budget, but it's a step in the right direction. And we, after talking to Keith, I mean, so Keith was, while he doesn't manage our system, he is a quite well experienced at these things and knows much about best practice. And in conjunction with, what was the woman's name, Jen, from the Rural Water Users Association? Janelle, thank you. Along with Janelle, and Keith attended some other conversations with Janelle on our behalf. I mean, and we really appreciate, Keith, essentially you're donating your time when you do these things, and we really appreciate that. And so, you know, in conjunction with this conversation with Janelle and Keith, it just seemed like putting money away and making and finding the revenues by equalizing what it means to have an ECU between the hotels, the lodges, the commercial users, and the residential users. In fact, it's an undermining of the whole notion of an ECU system to have the water allocation differ by user of ECU. That you've got two variables going on there. One is the ECU that people are allocated, and two, the gallons per ECU that are being allocated for consumption. And that actually doesn't really make very much sense. As Keith said, we could start over and go to an entirely consumption-based system that has with different tiers for the rates at different levels of consumption. There are some advantages to doing that. It would be at this point throwing the baby out with the bathwater, to use an appropriate metaphor. And rather, we didn't have the time or really the inclination to do something that struck us as that radical. Janelle said that there are elegant solutions that would do that, but we decided that we could make our solution better without having to start over, because after all, the either the consulting time or the staff time does not come free. And so we decided that what we would do is make the system work to our advantage, to the community's advantage. And I can't say enough about what a great job Jen did with putting together that memo and coming up with a way to make this make sense. So the highlights of it in here, or the details of it in here, are, we're assuming an increase in water sales, and we do not make any assumption about overages from the commercial and residential users. The commercial users allocation will go down, and we're hoping that will lead to some conservation efforts on their part. We had some discussions about the likelihood that was feasible, and we'll have to see. But if it doesn't go down, we would have some. I think it was about $10,000, Jen, $7,000 to $10,000, where if the water use didn't go down, the overage revenue would be somewhere in that range, if I recall.
For all customers, based on looking at the 1 year back data.
Right. And last year was something of an anomalous year because we had less business than we otherwise have had. So that's on the revenue side there. That's the main issue at that point. And then on the expenditures, you'll see that we put in. Now we have to budget every year for the medium because of the antimony in our water, but we were talking about this debt reduction and the infrastructure replacement of 65,000, which is really the bulk of the difference between these two numbers. But it just seems like the right thing to do. And that's why we put it in the budget. I wanted to address Keith's comment about the Grizzly line. We have been billed and we have not agreed to pay and we owe something on that, because putting a new pipe into a trench, there was a marginal cost, and we should pay something for that. I never understood exactly how that marginal cost was determined. Keith, at some point, said to me that we were getting a decent deal, and that deal kept going up in price, and I kept asking for some justification, and we kind of came to an agreement to stop talking about that last spring when we closed down for COVID. A year ago, in June, I said to the Charente Estate attorneys that we had money in the 19 budget at the originally forecasted amount of about $45,000. And although I didn't quite understand how that was arrived at, our water system operator tells me that in his experience, that's a decent price. And I'm willing to rely on that at this point, now that it's end of the fiscal 19 year. And if you want a check for $45,000 and be done with this, you can have that now. But let me tell you that the budget we're putting together for the 20 fiscal year is as lean as it possibly can be, because we don't know that we're going to be having an operating ski area or lodges. And if we don't, the town may be insolvent this time next year, and you may not collect a penny, or you'll get whatever. I don't know how a bankruptcy works for a municipality, but however that works, you would collect some portion of that bill, but probably not much of it. And they said, we will roll the dice and not take the $45,000 deal today. We did not build that bill into our budget because I haven't had any further communication. Now that I'm saying this in a public meeting, maybe we will. In any case, it's not in this budget, but that's one of the examples of the kind of things of infrastructure replacement costs that we're going to be incurring. We don't currently have anywhere. I mean, we have some money in the bank, but it'll mean drawing off our savings account and making our balance sheet negative by that amount. One other factor to consider on that is we need to get that hooked up. And we need to get that hooked up because the way that we're managing that, it being too shallow, is that we're venting, I guess, is what I don't know, is there a technical term, venting water all season long to keep it from freezing, right? And I have had a conversation recently with Salt Lake City Public Utilities, who sells us our water under a surplus water contract. And I was a little bit concerned that in an extreme water drought emergency, under a declaration of an extreme water emergency by the governor, I was a little bit concerned that there is no such thing as surplus water by definition. And my understanding is that that's not how Salt Lake City Public Utilities sees it. And they aren't interested in cutting our water allocation at this time. But they did say there are two things that we have to do. And one is stop wasting this water that we're putting through the system all winter long. And the other is we have to be diligent to adhere to the provision in our contract with Salt Lake City not to irrigate except for newly planted revegetation. And so this summer, we're going to have to make sure there are, unfortunately, the nice lawns that the nice small lawns that some parties enjoy in Alta won't be irrigated this year, at least as best as we can enforce. Okay. So let me turn it over. Let me go back to the council members and see if you have questions for Keith, or if we can say thank you for your 15 minutes of fame. Send you back to your real job.
Thank you, Keith, for your comments. I always value your input and all your recommendations. I know you've given them to us for several years now. So I am excited for a change and possibly moving in this direction with this proposal for the water rate change.
Thanks, Elise. Keith, we'll see you again for our usual, update once the fall comes. We're having this conversation because of the budget issues, which you often are, consulted, but not often part of this discussion this way.
I had a question as well, following up on what both you have said, Harris and Keith, and that is in terms of our current 2021 fiscal budget, we have put nothing in there for infrastructure replacement. It's only to start in the the subsequent budget. And so the question is, if we were to put 20,000 into the infrastructure budget this year, is there some project that you see that would be accomplished, or is it more a matter of building up that reserve for infrastructure replacement as needed?
Thank you, Margaret. And thank you, Elise. That money needs to, at this stage of the game, we need to build it up. I thought there was 20 or 25,000 in the budget for infrastructure replacement. Am I mistaken?
Well, in the 22 budget, there's 25,000. I'm going to show you the 21 budget. Here's the 21 budget. 13,000. I don't know why these show up as negative numbers. It's weird, but anyway, 13,861 is what's in there currently, with a debt service payment of 20,000. Oh, that's because this is a difference column. Here's the, yeah.
Okay.
But is it not the case that we're not planning to spend the 13.8 that it was budgeted for January 21, but there's no actual, nor are we projected to put that in there in June 21? Am I reading that incorrectly?
I can speak a little bit to that. So with the BOR, in the January budget, which is the second column up in the contribution and transfers, 5139,200. We had planned to use $80,000 of our savings to balance the budget, and now we're saying that we'll use 55,000, so about 25,000 less. So I could have left the 13.8 in the infrastructure replacement, but instead I just lowered the amount we were using from savings. So we weren't going to come out ahead with 13,000 that we could put into savings.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Because we were using so much of our savings to match that grant.
Yeah, that's here.
Yes. Yep.
And I mean, I'll say something about the grants. I mean, there's a way in which it was a very good idea and clever to get money from other sources. On the other hand, the way that this, as I understand it, and I don't know all these details, John, you can weigh in on this because you have this all at your fingertips, I think. We ended up spending more money than we might have spent on some adjunct projects. And so, I think that what we should be doing going forward is rather than spending, and it took an awful lot of your time, as I recall, John, and I know Margaret spent a lot of her time on it too. But I think the idea of just, managing our own affairs as a relatively well-off community is with very low property taxes. And, this is most of our operations are being funded by our visitors. So it just seems to me that we ought to be saving and more self-reliant going into the future. But I apologize for misreading this line, Margaret, where I said this 13,000. You're right, it's zero here for the reasons that Piper clarified. Okay. Hi, Cliff.
Hi. Just want to say thank you very much, Keith, for what you contribute to our community. I've always thought you are everything that a public engineer should be.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cliff, for that comment. Your mic was a little bit hard to hear. I don't know if you can turn the gain up on that, but we did make it out. I think what Cliff said is that Keith, you're a exemplary operator for us and providing a great service.
Definitely. And on top of that, the silence makes me nervous. I got to have some kind of background noise or, but yeah, we did spend a lot of time on the grant, and Margaret and Keith spent a lot of time on the grant, and especially Keith. So thank you for that. So while it doesn't look like we're doing any capital improvements, the stuff that we did in that grant was very essential to the base of our water system. So so now we have a brand new pump. We have better lights. We have better tracks. I mean, we really made some incredible upgrades to the system. We've got a few things left to do that we hope to do this summer. So we are moving forward. There's still things on Keith's list. You know, he runs our water system. And in order to run it, he tells us what he wants so that his job will be easier. And we've got a booklet of things that we need to start ticking off when we get some of this money set aside. But we did a great job last year fixing up the water system, the new pump, and some of the new electronics that support that. And Keith, again, essential to that. So we're not stagnant, but we have a long way to go.
Good, thanks, John. I'm noticing the time, and we're 6 minutes past where we were going to transition to the second item on the agenda. So I'm going to suggest that we do that. Thank you, Keith. I don't know if we'll see you at the. We don't have any reason that we're expecting to see you at the council meeting, but it's always a lot of fun to tune in to the council meetings. So.
Yeah, you might see me. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll be in touch. Thank you. Okay, parking in the town of Alta. This is an initiative precipitated by some innovations. Might be that's a pretty friendly word. Innovations in the way the ski area is going to manage their parking, and so. We really, I mean, we could do nothing, and Mike and Chris may speak to what would happen if we did nothing. But I've asked Mike and Chris to kind of lead the initiative to come up with a parking plan.
Well, good afternoon. I guess two general comments or truths from my world is if you want to start a fight in Alta, say the word dog or the word parking. And the second truth is over here in the police department, we don't get to make great choices very often. Most of the time we get to make the best available bad choice when a situation is given to us. And so I think this conversation is a little like that. I know we're short on time, so I'll just rip through some comments. I wanted to present this to you as more of a briefing. And basically a quick history of how we got here. It became clear early last ski season that we were going to have days where the demand for parking was much greater than the infrastructure could support. Humans being who they are, adapted to that. And we started seeing people coming up Little Cottonwood at incredibly early times and overwhelming the parking because they didn't want to be the ones that got turned around. When that happened, we operationally suffered from it. We, in a lot of cases, lost our ability to effectively move snow and create parking for them. And by and large, the ski area and the town weren't staffed up during those times of early mornings to be able to deal with that volume of traffic. And so it became a little bit of a free-for-all. With COVID, I think the already big demand for human-powered recreation exploded. So we saw a lot of backcountry non-ski area patrons coming up during these early hours, along with ski area patrons. The ski area made it known that their business was being impacted by non-ski area patrons taking up parking within their special use permit area. They initiated a proposal to create some additional parking to buy us a little breathing room in the short term while transportation solutions are planned and developed. Those plans were denied, which led to the ski area making some decisions on how they were going to handle parking within their special use permit. That's undergone a couple of changes. We've been actively talking with Mike in the ski area all the way through. And we think we're at a point where now we have something we can talk about that maybe not optimal, but is workable. As the mayor mentioned, we've taken a real hard and serious look at what our options are. The parking areas outside of Alta Ski Lift special use permit are basically the north side of State Road 210 between the Rustler and the Snowpine, and the town-owned property and a little bit of other ownership in the Flagstaff lot. And so if we get into a situation where that's the only area of parking the town has influence over, we will not have sufficient space to meet resident employees, homeowner, commuting employees, day user parking demands. That's clear. And their option then would be, I don't know, to make a reservation into the ski lifts system if they're in one of their periods where that's required. So,
Michael, can I just interrupt you just for a second?
Yeah.
I just want to say that the ski area's plan is less drastic of a change than originally. There was an intermediate step between when they wanted to expand their parking and where they are today.
Yeah.
And I think it's thanks to conversations with some of our businesses, and some of our residents, and many conversations with Chris and Mike and me, that my impression is that the ski area has come to where they are now, where most days there will be no reservations required. I mean, it is simply a fact of the overlapping jurisdiction in Alta, which is an uncomfortable fact, and perhaps a fact that many people don't fully appreciate. But the overlapping jurisdictions in Alta means that the ski area has indeed, as they asserted a while ago, what essentially amounts to a property right in the special use permit and the parking that's on that. And so they do get to decide what to do with that largely. The Forest Service has to approve it. The Forest Service did not initially want to provide, like they don't in other parts of their operating system, private parking for private residences. That is not in the mission for the Forest Service. And a backcountry skier might come up and park on a Saturday, and there may be 100 of them. The ski area has a cost there. It's also true that there may be 30 or 40 employees who are parking who have been parking on the ski area's special use, and it could incur a cost from that. And there could be 30 or 40 cars from residents who are also incurring a cost day after day, in fact, to the ski area. So the ski area has, I think, a legitimate concern, and we've been working really hard to come up with a workable solution, given the legal environment that we're in. So Mike is absolutely right when he says if the ski area kind of took their ball and went home, and said you can't park on our ground without a reservation or without a fee, what would be left would be some 130, 150 spaces in those places where Mike was talking about. And if we don't control them somehow, they'll be the first ones filled up on the days that the ski area is charging for parking. And so that's that's the impetus of why it is that we're creating a management system for this. Sorry, Mike, I just.
No, and that's really a great lead in to what I was going to say, because I wanted you all to know that in the conversations with Mike and his staff, it's very, very clear. Not only the town, but the Alta ski area cares deeply about what happens to the workforce, our residents, our visitors, our taxpayers, and those conversations have evolved into our current situation, which is the Alta Ski Lift Company has indicated a willingness to allow the town to control all parking on the north bank of 210, basically from Our Lady of the Snows up through Grizzly Gulch, provided that we do it under some kind of fee permitted system. It would be their request. What that gives me is a lot of real estate to accomplish our overnight parking needs, try and put as many commuting employees and some public parking in as we can, and that's a favorable situation in my view.
Yeah, if we manage that effectively and efficiently, we have enough spaces for historical overnight users. Isn't that right, Mike?
Yes, we do, and a little wiggle room for overflow, so that we can accommodate the influx of weekend cabin owners and their families. It's not going to be free. There's going to be some costs in operating this. The ski area has engaged a vendor, Interstate Parking. We're interested in learning what they could do for us. We think that it's critical that when you come to Alta, you don't see 3 or 4 opposing systems and you're confused and you don't know what to do. We want it to be a seamless, you come in and everything makes sense and you understand where to park and what it's going to cost you. Our parking situation is likely to be static, as opposed to the ski area is going to be charging a fee, during peak periods. So challenges for our office, we cannot withstand additional administrative or manpower burden from parking management. And the idea that technology is around that can be implemented, where people can scan QR codes to obtain a permit is very attractive to us. And we've started talking to the interstate parking vendor to better understand those technologies. We've got to have a legal nexus to be there. This is most certainly going to require some ordinance work on a very, very short clock. We're going to be leaning heavy on staff attorneys in the council with proposed ordinance language that will allow us to legally manage these spaces, collect fees. We're going to have some interlocal agreements and permits to be able to do this on federal land as well. I've been real vocal that I'm going to lean on the council and our public policy makers when we get to the point where we're talking about distribution formulas, who gets how many permits, and setting fees. It's generally very bad public policy for law enforcement to get involved in establishing any kind of class entitlements. That never has a happy ending, and we want that to be a policy decision that comes from a higher pay grade. We know this has got a huge impact for everybody involved. We want to be fair. We want to make it work. We believe under this agreement, we can continue to do some of the things we've historically done with overnight parking enforcement on the ski area's permit lands, because it is public parking. But again, we want to firm up some of those agreements with MOUs. I'm going to try and share a screen real quickly if I can.
Let me say something about the timing of this. I mean, Mike has got a lot on his plate, partly because, he's responsible for getting budget information to us, and he's got a records management system he's implementing and looking at new radios, and he's got make sure that everybody's trained on everything they need to be trained on. So he's had a very busy spring. And he's brought a lot of smarts to this task. I've been really appreciative of that and impressed. And Chris has identified that we have an existing WFRC grant that could be used for hiring some consulting firms. We're in the process of looking into that. I've asked Chris to manage a public input process because we know we need input from the community. The timeline on this is we think we have to have a plan in September. So we don't have a lot of time to get this together. So this is going to be a major focus for the summer.
And is my screen being shared right now? Can you all see that?
I don't see it yet. I see you in both fields.
You might have to select one of those screens, Mike.
Yeah, let me.
Well, Mike, we're at 4:00. I'm guessing you wanted to show a map.
No, I wanted to show basically our workflow flow chart, but we've identified 6 different categories we're focusing on, from policy groups, outreach, legal, signage infrastructure, tech requirements. I'll email that to the council following this meeting. We're going to start making mock-ups, picking holes in our ideas, and we're going to be reporting to you regularly. And I'm available to take any questions. And Mayor, I don't know if you want to give Chris a minute on the grant, given the time.
Chris, how about if we ask you that when we have questions about the departmental reports, and we'll come to you on that at that point, just so that we can move to the public hearing on the budget since we're required.
I apologize. That was a lot to try and squeeze in.
No, it was a lot, and I interrupted you a couple of times. I'm glad that my last comment actually flowed into your flowchart comment, so that's good. All right, so let's move to let's close the work session and go to our regular town council meeting, although that's got to begin with a public hearing to accept public comments regarding the fiscal 21 year, the fiscal year 21 budget amendment and the fiscal year 22 budget. Do we need to, I think we need to open the town council meeting and then have a vote to move into that public hearing, Polly, correct? Okay. All right, so let me call to order the Alta Town Council meeting of June 16th, 2021. And I would entertain a motion to open a public hearing for public comment regarding the 2 budgets that are coming before us.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye, or give me a thumbs up.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, good. All right, so we are now in the public hearing. Jen, you probably have people who are interested in making a comment.
I'm not sure, so I'm gonna on a couple people. So Don Page, I just provided you permission to talk. Do you want to make a comment on either of these budgets? We're not hearing you. All right,
Is Dawn on a phone? Do you
It
know?
looks like it's star mute, Dawn, if you want to speak or let us know either way, actually. Just was providing her an opportunity to figure it out.
Okay.
Need be. Okay, well, I'm guessing that, I've always been under the impression that somebody is giving me instructions on how to do this.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Oh, you are. It's star mute, I guess. Thank you, Sheridan, for sending me that text. I thought it was star 6. My apologies. Did you want to make a comment, Dawn?
Not necessarily on the budget stuff. I more wanted to make some comments on the parking when.
I will call on you, Dawn, during the regular meeting to make that comment in particular, if that's okay.
That's great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And now Karen Travis, I've called on you to see if you wanted to make I've unmuted you. Did you want to make a public comment?
No, I don't.
Okay, at this time, okay. Mayor, there is no one
Oh.
else on the call.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, if there's nobody who wants to make a public comment on our budget, then we can close the public hearing for those comments.
Maybe really quick, I'll just check with Mike Mon and see if he has.
Okay.
Mike, I did provide you permission to speak. Did you want to make a comment on the budgets?
No comment on budgets.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure Mike will have a report for us during the town council meeting, so.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so there's nobody else on the call that.
Okay, well, maybe everybody, I don't know, they're not down in the desert, I wouldn't think. It's a little too hot for that, but, okay. All right, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Well, I'll second it. Okay, all those in favor of closing the hearing, please say aye. Or give me a thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, Sheridan cut out a little bit, but I'm pretty sure she said aye. Yep, okay. All right, so let's move into calling the meeting to order. Well, let me say this. We budgeted 15 minutes for this. We often take a short 3-minute break in between the work session and the meeting. Should we do that? Would you like get a glass of water or? Okay, let's take 3 minutes or 4 minutes. We'll come back at 10 after and open the meeting. All right, we just need, is Elise still with us? Hi, Cliff, you're back.
She is, and Sheridan has also joined us on video.
Okay, I see Sheridan now.
Yeah, yay.
You're not driving, right, Sheridan?
She's
No.
Good.
I do want to mention that Sheridan, I did say earlier, and maybe I should say this when we do take public comment, but it is *6, correct, Sheridan, on the mute and unmute if you're dialing in? Okay.
Yes, and
All
thank you
right.
for then.
No problem.
Okay, I'm going to call the Alta Town Council meeting of Wednesday, June 16th, 2021 to order. This is an electronic meeting per my determination. I talked about that at the work session, and some more information about that on the agenda itself. All right. We just concluded a public hearing for public comment on the budgets. And now it is time for citizen input about whatever the citizens would like to give us input on. And I know that there's at least one person who was interested, but there may be others, and maybe Piper, you've received some emails. I'm not aware.
We did not get any emails, right, Piper?
No emails, right?
Okay, so it's just a question of, is anybody who is an attendee interested in making public comment?
Don Page, I just enabled you to be able to speak.
Oh, thank you.
We hear you.
I did listen to what Mike had to say about the parking. That's the issue I am most concerned about, as you can understand, I'm sure. And I appreciated his input. I guess we're just all as residents feeling a little overlooked, maybe. And I don't know that is really what's happened, but it just seems like we had these meetings with Mike and then Mike Mon, and then suddenly we're at a whole different place than when we were talking. So I'm just trying to understand, maybe someone can comment a little more where we are in this process of working through this. I understand from Mike Morey's comments earlier that, I understand this is a work in progress, but I do hope that, and you did mention that Chris would have some public input time for us as residents coming up. And we just want to make sure we keep as many of the residents informed as possible, because this is, it's been hard enough when we've been running back and forth between trying to find overnight parking at all different times of the day to move our cars. And it just, I don't know, it's scaring us as residents that we're going to get up there and not be able to use our homes. And, we pay a lot of taxes, and we've built these places because we feel very privileged to be residents of Alta. And so we just need your help getting us, in making sure our voices are heard, I guess.
Thank you. I'll just, we'll have Chris say something about what his plans are in a few minutes. But I'll just point out to everybody on the call that one advantage of these electronic meetings is that people can join us even when they're not in Alta. So that's helpful, I think, in terms of public input. And I'll also say that I have I've fielded a number of questions, and I've asked people to come to these meetings and to give their input, just like you did, Dawn. So thank you for that. Anybody else, Jen?
Karen Travis, do you want to make a public comment today on that? Anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Just wanted to double check.
It's nice, Karen, that you're attending even after having sold your property. Thank you.
And that was
Okay. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, nope, the other, yep, nobody else wanted to make a comment.
Okay, all right. Well, then we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is you have to remind me, Chris, the acronym.
Utah Local Governments Trust.
Yes, thank you. I get confused. We just got a little bit bigger assessment from the Utah League of Cities and Towns, which is the same acronym with a C in there. So, okay, so that is why Mr. Greg Baumgartner is with us today.
He's on his way. There we go.
Very good.
There we go.
Good to see you.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you guys too. Excited to be here. Thanks for having me again.
Did we break the bank on insurance?
I hope not, right? It's always the goal. No, you guys actually had a really good year. So you're stringing years of good years together, and that's a good thing. So anyway, I'm not sure if I'm able to share my screen. It looks like I am. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. If you'll please let me know when you can see my screen, I'd appreciate it.
Got it.
Okay. Anyway, so 2021 insurance review. The first slide here, I think I've shown this before in previous years. Oh, it would have been last year, but I wanted to give you guys a quick taste of what the commercial market looks like in insurance right now. I think I heard the other day that is the third consecutive worst year in the history of property and casualty insurance globally. So not only do we have a bad year, but we've had the 3 worst years ever right in a row. And you throw the pandemic on top of that, doesn't kind of compounds what was a problem is even more of a problem now. But this slide we just wanted to show just to let you guys know that being part of a pool, you can see the graph there, has historically been the lowest cost of risk over time and will continue to do so. If you can see my cursor here, we're looking at the lines being, way up here in the gray. We were in a valley for a year or two and there's back spiking premium wise, but luckily for you guys, you're with a pool who can help shelter you from that storm and make you through it. But just to give you kind of some background on it, since I started at the trust almost 13 years ago, we've never increased our property insurance rates ever in my tenure here at the trust, which is pretty remarkable for an insurance company to do. That being said, the rates that we get charged by our partners in the last 2 years, last year we got a 25% increase in costs, and this year we got a 40% increase in our costs here. But luckily we've been able to not pass those on to the membership. Part of it is because of our financial stability here at the trust and just trying to look out for you guys. So 85% of 90,000 public agencies partner with a pool like the trust for that reason alone, just to, migrate the peaks and valleys of the commercial world of insurance. So another year, again, here you can see all these rate changes, 0% rate change, 0% rate change, 0% rate change. We're excited to do that and hope to continue that going forward. Luckily, you guys have also pitched in your part with your performance has been spectacular. So all is well as far as that's concerned. This TARP or Trust Accountability Program is our safety incentive reward that I know we have that program going up at the town. So you'll get some money back for that. Anyway, the net total package was the same as it was last year. So as far as I'm concerned, I know Mayor jokes, but that's a good renewal on any front. So this one's for property and casualty, so liability, property, and auto. This is your workers' comp renewal for the year. Despite a small increase in your payroll, I think the total premium was only up by like $200, so that's a good thing. You can see down here at the bottom, I won't go into too much detail here, but this EMOD right here, 1.23, is kind of like your credit score of workers' comp insurance. Right now is a little on the high end, but it's a 3-year running total. So you can see in this gray box here down in the left corner, that next year we're going to mark a line through the $8,000 claim we had several years ago. So that number should improve drastically. Not that there's a ton of improvement from $6,000, but it should go down a little bit if we can continue to, have the luck and the performance that we've had. So props to all involved, everyone at the staff. They all do a good job. I know they're active in training and participation here at the trust, and we appreciate them. So
we're getting to insure half a dozen vehicles for that $2,000.
Yeah, 2442.
$600 a vehicle.
Essentially, yep.
Can I sign up with that as
right? Hey, I've asked that question many times. Yeah. I want to put especially when I get my teenager a car, I want to get on that rate structure myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear you. That being said, I'm not sure how many people on staff have gotten the notices. We're trying to gradually go throughout the membership and get everyone apprised to our new training systems. One is called Cantola. The other one's called Streamery. These are web-based training programs that keep track of who's been assigned to do what and who's completed what. So really cool things. They're all up to date. There's some new topics in there with inclusion and sexual harassment and discrimination and some things that we're all required to know and keep up on. But this just makes it nice and convenient for the HR person to keep track of who's done what and who's up to speed on their training. So if you haven't been contacted by the trust already, which I assume you might have, but it's in the works and it will be coming your way. So all good things there. So those are brand new as of this year. And like I said, we're excited about that. It replaces our old dinosaur DVD library that looks like the old Blockbuster video section. So we're happy to have new updated training videos. And anyway.
At least it was DVD and not just a big file, a bunch of VHS tapes.
Yeah, that's true. We did have a few of them too.
Yeah.
But any questions, anything that I can help answer for anybody?
Yeah, my takeaway here is that we just need to keep doing what we're doing.
That's right. Yep. Your staff has always been very upfront and forward with us, which we appreciate, but they've also been really involved on the training side of the fence and risk management. And I know each one of them take it seriously. So we appreciate that.
That's great. Piper, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to add a mutual admiration for working with the trust, with Greg and the trust. And I know that a few of us have been active on the training, but we will try to get more of our staff involved in that, especially if it's an online thing. I don't think we've been notified about the Trust Academy. So we look forward to that.
Yeah, it's in the works.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
We started with kind of a beta program where we had a select few that tried it to make sure it works okay and that all the kinks got ironed out, but we're now pushing that out to the rest of everyone. So
okay. Who's your main point of contact at the town, Greg?
Piper is typically who I would go to first.
Okay.
Piper and John are the ones that I work with the most.
Right.
Although I have had the pleasure of working with everybody, so that's good.
No, I know you know everybody, but I was just thinking
for you.
I was just thinking that John, is the HR manager officially, and so.
John and Piper's emails are in our system as the lead contacts, so those emails should get blasted to them first, and then we'll matriculate from that point. So.
Greg, is defensive driving, is that in there?
Yes, defensive driving is one of the topics on there. So let me back up a little bit. So Cantola is a little bit more of the executive leadership style trainings that have a little bit more in-depth background to them. The Streamery is more of the frontline trainings or the hands-on type stuff, CPR, first aid, defensive driving, all that type of stuff. There's like hundreds and hundreds of topics to choose from. So not all of them will apply to what you do, but there's, more than enough to keep us all busy. So.
Good. All right. What to do in an avalanche? Is that one of your topics?
Hey, maybe I should go look.
Okay, well, thanks, Greg.
thank
Really
you.
appreciate your taking the time to meet with us and the service that you all provide. And it looks like you're coming to us from Augusta National back in
Right.
April, but I
That's
don't,
right.
you can't time travel. I'm guessing that's not where you are.
The U.S. Open starts tomorrow, so I have to pay homage somewhat to my side hobby.
Okay.
And can I just mention, the trust has been historically is great to work with, as you all know. And I did check earlier this year that the town of Alta does have the rider that also gives land use protection in case of a land use lawsuit. And sadly, with another town, we had to invoke that, and the trust has been really amazing to work with. So I can personally attest that we're in great hands with the trust.
Good. Thanks, Polly.
Me too. And that land use rider is worth every penny. So they've always been good to work with. So second, Piper and Harris and Polly. So we'll just keep doing what we're doing.
You don't offer financial products to hedge against the low snow year, do you?
I wish, yeah.
All righty. Thank you.
You bet. Take care, guys.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks.
All right. Great. Next, whoops. I almost just pulled the wire out of my machine here. Okay. The next item on our agenda is Alta Ski Area Update. And Mike Long should get promoted into the meeting, and we look forward to hearing from him. Hey, Mike.
Just trying to get set up here. All right. Good afternoon. How is everyone? So just a quick update. A couple things. I don't know if you had heard this, but National Ski Areas Association, they just had their virtual convention, and they announced that across the nation, it was the 5th best ski season on record, despite all of the COVID restrictions. People came out in great numbers and tried to go skiing everywhere. So it wasn't just Alta that had more people that came than we were able to accommodate. And then also just yesterday, Ski Utah announced that in Utah, we had a record number of skier visits last winter. No record in Little Cottonwood Canyon between Alta or Snowbird, but we did have areas in the state of Utah that had record seasons. And no record days, but record overall for the season. So people were coming out and getting busy. It was our second busiest season of the past 10. So the 18-19 season was busier than this past season, but this past season, despite having limited capacity, still had a lot of people came and went skiing. As we look,
Mike, can I ask you if those are skier numbers, skier days, or that's not revenues, I presume?
Skier days. Yeah. Revenues were a different story because parts of the business were not operating at capacity, particularly food and beverage, and even ski school and ski shops and so forth. As we look to the 21-22 season, Icon is out selling. Their sales are up compared to last year and the year before. Mountain Collective sales are up. Our season pass sales are lagging last year's a little bit, but last year was kind of, a different time frame for selling. And I mean, they're above last year. I take that back. They're lagging the year before. So, but it's kind of timing at this point in time. Our first deadline we just passed our first deadline last week, whereas last year, the first deadline didn't occur till, I think it was September or August. So we are though expecting that there will continue to be a high demand for people in outdoor recreation. As we've looked this summer, I mean, if any of you tried to go to a park or do something outside, everything is just really busy. It seems like most of our indoor type recreation opportunities are still somewhat limited, and so the number of people going outdoors is still high. And the fact that Utah is experiencing a 17% growth in population isn't helping in that process. So our numbers show that destination visitors were down last year, but we had a lot of demand from the people here locally. So in that vein, that kind of leads us into a little bit of the parking discussion. Well, before I go there, summer operations, we're working towards getting the summer road ready to open. I think it's scheduled to have the mag chloride early next week. We potentially, well, we've announced that it won't be open till July 2nd. We're going to make a determination next week sometime. We may decide to just have a soft opening the end of next week. We'll just see if everything's ready to go, but we're not there yet. But we're, based upon the MilDOT, we're thinking that could be a possibility. We're underway with some of our summer projects. You see the earthwork happening up here in Nina's and Shush. We're hoping that within the next couple of weeks, we can get most of the material moved out of the foam lot and not have those big trucks moving back and forth from the foam lot up on the hill. So that's where we're working with that to have a little bit more. I think we have another excavator that will show up, and then we'll get underway on the rest of that project. That's it on the summer. Now to parking. So we, as we have, it was 3 years ago, we started to recognize that we had this issue of parking becoming a scarcity, and we had days when we had capacity on the mountain, but our parking was full because of the number of other users that were using the parking. And so we started to explore how to resolve this issue. We have gotten to the point that, last year was hard with COVID, where we had 15 days where we turned away hundreds of people that wanted to come and ski at Alta. And many of them had bought passes and had an expectation that we would have parking for them. So as we've looked at how to resolve the parking issue, we've had two goals. One is to how can an Alta skier know when they drive up the canyon that they have a parking spot? So we need to provide that opportunity and not turn people around. And the other part was to get rid of that early morning parking frenzy that was referred to. That was difficult for our employees as well as our customers. I mean, it was having people here 2 hours before the ski area opened, wandering around parking lots and looking for facilities and such, created longer lift lines when we did open, and it really stressed out our facilities and difficult for us to get employees here on time and find parking and get the ski area open on time. So that's led us to where, as was mentioned, we first went down the route of trying to increase some parking. That didn't work. So we're now looking at a paid parking system on peak periods by reservation. The peak periods will be Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. As we looked into this, we reached out and had some open forum discussions with the cabin owners and the property owners in Grizzly Gulch and throughout the town, and businesses to try to get a handle on to how parking was being used, so that as we went forward to implement something that we could hopefully minimize some of the impact in those changes. Our intent would be to try to take care of the employees and the businesses and residents if we can, and at the same time use our parking for our skiers. It's a little complicated, as you all imagine, given the mixed ownership. We have a special use permit. We have some land that's Forest Service land outside of a special use permit in UDOT right-of-ways. We have private land by other parties as well as the town of Alta. So as we went through and identified the parking needs, we identified that we kind of broke it down and asked everybody what they were needing and what they would use. And we identified that there's a need for about 153 roughly spots for overnight parking, and another 86 for daytime, putting the number around 240, 239, 240. We then went through and looked at the areas, what's under permit and so forth. And that, as Harris indicated, there's probably 130 spaces really in control of the town. So then we've been trying to work on finding a solution that would allow us to, initially the Forest Service said, if you're going to restrict parking, you got to restrict it for everybody. You can't use any of those spaces for the residents or the businesses. As we got into that deeper, they did soften and have given us the latitude to work out some sort of arrangement with the town of Alta that would allow us to accommodate some of those other uses. So our focus has been as we started into this, we looked at, we'll just make it simple. Everybody has to have a lift ticket to park in our parking. As we recognize that some of our parking areas under our permit are better suited for use by the residents for overnight parking or other things. So we've been looking at how do we make this simple and try to continue with what we've been doing to some degree and move forward. And that's where we've identified, as was indicated by Mike Morey, is we think the best way to do that is if we could take all the parking on the north side of the highway from current Grizzly, where we do overnight parking, all the way through the town of Alta, and put that under a permit system of some sort that would be managed by the town of Alta. And then if we moved all the parking on the south side of the highway into our paid parking by reservation system, that would be a fairly clean way to do that. In doing so, we would be taking approximately 94 parking spots that are in the Grizzly lot in our special use permit, and we would allow the town to manage them. In exchange for that, our proposal is at this point in time that we're working with the town is we would retain use of 60 spots on the north side, but they don't have to be in Grizzly. They could be spread out. And the 34 extra spots we would be exchanging those. We would give those to the town in exchange for the town just to continue to provide the support they've been providing in our parking lots during the day. And we're working on trying to establish an MOU and work out the details on trying to do that. So we would ask for the council to weigh in or give some support to this idea of this type of agreement that would allow us to kind of have a simple, everything on the north side's under permit and everything else is in this paid parking type system. What we're looking at is currently is a $25 parking fee in those periods of time per day. If someone has a season pass, they purchase from Alta, they would have an opportunity to make some complimentary reservations. Our employees would be able to have a permitted parking area in designated areas. And then people that bought a ticket online from the ski area would have a coupon code to get a discount off the $25, looking at potentially a $15 discount. And then all others that come on discounted parking passes or Icon or Mountain Collective or are just coming to park and go backcountry skiing would need to have that $25 parking reservation. We're looking at, to deal with that, we would release a block of parking available for reservation in the September-October timeframe that people could make advanced reservations for. And then each week, 5 to 7 days out, we haven't quite nailed that down, we'd be opening up all remaining parking for reservation and purchase. And this would just apply to all the parking on the south side of the highway or in our parking areas. This would be different from the parking that the town would manage. And we're trying to structure the system with Interstate so that if it worked out for the town that they wanted to be a part of that it's all the kind of the same system, all looks the same and works the same, and it's fairly seamless. So that's kind of where we're at. We've signed an agreement with Interstate. We're meeting with them. They gave us a mock website today. We're meeting with their programmers tomorrow. We've kind of specified all of our user groups and how we'd like to accommodate them and what the requirements are. And the goal is that we have the electronic website of this thing up and running by August sometime, no later than September 1st, and so that we could go out and allow season pass holders to make advance reservations, which would be limited to 2 per pass. Is kind of where we're looking at starting. That's kind of it in a nutshell. Any questions that I can answer or try to answer?
Mike, let me say that I really appreciate how this conversation has gone. We've had a lot of conversations, and I really appreciate your wanting to work with us the way that you have been doing. And I'll just say to the town council and anybody else listening that it really is essential for the town and the ski area to come together and approach the Forest Service. Mike pointed that out, but I want to underline that, because the way this is going to get done without it having to be done in the simplest, by the book, straight way. The default solution that the Forest Service would impose is not one that Mike wants or that we want. So we need to come together and make a proposal to the Forest Service. And if we're unified, and I think the way that we'll end up is the ski area is going to do these things, the town's going to do these things. We are in agreement that this is a workable solution. And so that's I think how we have to proceed.
And the Forest Service has verbally
Yes.
told us if we can work out something that works for the town and for the ski area, that they will get behind it.
Yeah, I mean, they were quite clear with me, and I think with you too, Mike, that it was like, you guys work this out or you're not going to like what we do, was
Right.
kind of the way that I understood it.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And I appreciate the discussion we've had to this point in time and working forward with this. And we really believe that, when someone comes to Alta, they are our customers, our visitors for the town as a whole. And the simpler we can make this and the more seamless it is for both, it's in our both of our best interests to do that.
Mayor and Mike, I wonder if this would be a moment where I could say a couple of words.
Yeah, go ahead, Cliff.
First of all, I want to say that in my work for Alta Lodge, I have a conflict of interest here because Alta Lodge owns a fair amount of parking that the lodge also is working to make part of this parking program. And of course, I've talked with everybody who's working on this program about that. But I just want to state that conflict of interest publicly, and at the same time, it's certainly my intention that in my role on Alta Town Council, I don't represent Alta Lodge. I represent the community, and certainly appreciate all the time and effort that the mayor and Mike Mon and Mike Maury have put into this to date. And the only other thing I wanted to say is, speaking for myself and for the other members of the town council, we have a very heavy lift and a short amount of time to do it. And I would expect, and it seems to me, although I don't know, that the planning commission may have to be involved, but regardless, that's according to council. But it seems to me that we're going to have to make ourselves available for multiple special meetings on short notice. We've got a heavy lift ahead of us to work to make this happen by September. We certainly don't want to be working on this in November.
Right, and I think that although it's not exactly the most fortunate thing from their point of view, I suppose the staff too are going to be quite engaged in this, and we appreciate their contributions too.
And just to be transparent, so the part of the process we're going through is to help make this as simple as possible. The Rustler has some private land on the south side of the road, and so does the Alta Lodge. And so the ski area is looking at doing an exchange with both of those parties for some of those parking. We would put those parking spots into our reservation system and then give them some of the parking spots that we would be retaining on the north side in exchange for that. That's kind of how we're looking at trying to work through that.
Right, and after consulting with the staff and including Polly as our lawyer, it just seemed more straightforward for that kind of arrangement to be made through between or among the private parties. And then when it comes time for the town to gain control over the north side parking, we're going to have a net gain over what we have today. It won't be 100% of all of those spots, because there's some of those they'll all be permitted by us, but there's going to be some permits that we provide off the top, so to speak, that will allow for some of the employees of the ski area or the lodges or guests of each of the lodges perhaps to have a place to park. So that's part of what we're going to be working through, for sure. All right.
Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for the information. A couple things. You talked about how Mike Morey and town staff would be providing support as they have in the past. And so often this winter, to my consternation, I saw our hardworking police force often enforcing a lot of parking issues. And when we're looking at budget today, when we spend northwards of over $1 million for our police staff, I just wonder what you're thinking of as support going forward with regard to that.
Was that question for me?
Maybe Mike Morey should address what he thinks of as the continuing policing services that he would be providing.
Well, it's fair to say that parking and traffic is a huge part of what we do. And part of these parking conversations, just to be clear, is, the town has never been under a legal mandate to provide parking, really, for any group. We've been doing it and managing parking for 50 plus years because we know it's the right thing to do, because we know it's the lifeblood of the community. So we schedule and we staff and we budget knowing that that's one of our realities. And I think it's appropriate to keep directing our energy to it, because without the commuting public, our town's going to suffer.
And our intent in just asking for the ongoing same level of support that we've received from the marshal's office, which is, primarily they manage most of the overnight parking. They help with traffic, getting it sometimes in and out of the lots, or helping with someone that's got a car lock their keys in their car, or some of those type of things. So no new services. We would just are looking at that they would continue to do what they've been doing in the past in exchange for those additional parking spaces. It puts us in a position that I can go to my board and say, hey, we're putting these parking spaces into the pot for the town to use, and we're receiving some benefit on the other side too.
And if
But it just begs the question. Oh, sorry, Mike.
No, go ahead, please.
Well, please hold your thought. It just begs the question to me, though, when I watch Snowbird and how they operate so differently with regard to their responsibility around parking and who pays for that. Can you speak to that?
I'm not sure that I'm completely understanding the question. Snowbird's got a lot of toys that we don't. They've got, some designs in the parking areas that I'm continually envious of. It's no secret to anybody that they do utilize a fair amount of roadside parking on the highway. They've secured the appropriate permissions from UDOT to do that. It was discovered last year that there may not be authority to restrict that in the way that it's been done in the past. And so, the roadside parking down there does continue. Is that where your question was directed?
Thank you so much, Mike. That was actually a Mike Long question.
So one of the differences is we're operating within the town of Alta, and there's always been a long-standing agreement where we all recognize this is a community. So we've tried to work together on a variety of things where we do everything from snow removal to, how we're dealing with our guests. And they, on the other hand, don't have the town oversight. And so they have a whole public safety department that deals with parking and all those type of issues.
They did, yeah, and they are really missing out by not being part of our municipality, aren't they, Mike?
Well, and if I could just throw in one more comment, it's a lot of work. Every night during the winter, we go out and we play what we call the car game. And it's about 4 hours of trying to identify vehicles that we know are going to be in the wrong place for snow removal. And we try and find a name, and then we hunt the town from west to east to try and get that person to move their car. We assist them into an appropriate spot. And it's a lot of work, and it's really a pain for our dispatchers. Anybody that's ever worked a front desk at a lodge knows how much of a pain it is. We think it's the right thing to do. In any other model, we'd be looking at, predatory tow companies coming up and looking for reasons to tow vehicles. And we think just the consistent public service model of enforcement is the way to go.
So I'm going to point out that it's our agenda is to move to the next item with the UFA, but we're going to have to hear from Polly at some point before too long about the ordinance work that needs to be done here. Let me just thank you, Mike, for your report for now. And Polly, do you have a comment on the ordinance work?
Yeah, just very quickly, we have been working on putting together an ordinance so that the town can be ready to implement paid parking and a parking plan. And that draft ordinance would go under Title VI, which is vehicles, parking, and traffic that already exist in the code. So it would not be someone mentioned it might be a land use issue. It's not. It would just fall under that other title. And so we are, working on it. There's a lot of work to do, obviously, but it's a work in progress, and we are kind of continually moving forward.
As you talked about that, it occurs to me to ask this question: can we use some of that fourth quarter funding for this ordinance work?
I have to look again.
It's something to think about. Yeah, something to think about.
Could I just interject for a moment? I know that there are others interested as well, but the question I have is, am I understanding correctly that for the 100 or so days that we are needing to park overnight, that we would pay $25, so in essence $2,500 for the winter for us to be able to park? Is that where we're headed, or have I misunderstood?
No, that's not even true if the town wasn't involved, and we're certainly not aiming at that as a solution. And the 100 days, I mean, it's 8 a month plus a few holidays, or 10 a month that Mike is talking about having it be permitted.
I think it's more likely going to shake out to be a nominal flat rate seasonal permit and with a fee.
Right. And one of the things we've talked about is that the first car is really not expensive at all, but just covers some administrative costs. But we need a pricing mechanism probably to encourage people to use fewer cars too. I mean, one of the advantages of going to this model, there are some ways in which this is going to be painful and difficult to work out, but there are some potential benefits here too. We can disincentivize cars to some degree through a pricing mechanism, and so that's helpful, I think.
My last comment is not parking related, but it is, Mike Mom, before we move to Jay. Sorry, Jay. And that was, Mike, I wanted to say that I really appreciate what appears to be extra and wonderful effort on the summer road this year. It looks like you've really been putting a lot into that effort. And I've heard comments from both hikers and bikers about how nice the road is even now before the work is really completed. So I wanted to commend you on that. And the second thing was, in terms of the summer, I know Beth has done a lot to get a grant for the trail signs, and I think that's a wonderful benefit to the community as well, to have more of those signs. And I would encourage additional signs to try to reduce the number of people taking road trails, and to know when it is a trail versus when it is a user created trail, because there are many people taking something because it looks like a trail, and yet it really isn't something that you have designed that is erosion resistant and so on and so forth. So if there was some way to get additional signs, this is not a trail, stay off the, something. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you for that. And Margaret, when we talk about the $25 fee part, I'm talking about the part that's controlled by Alta Ski Area. So everything on the north side we're trying to put into management by the town, and then the town has control over if there's a fee or not, or how that works. And so that would be independent of what we're doing.
All right. Thanks, Mike. I'm sure we'll have many more conversations and questions. Jay Torgerson, Chief. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thanks for having me. So for an update for UFA, we just graduated 32 of our recruits at the end of May. So 22 of those 32 are now out in the stations working as new firefighters. 10 of them were not certified as EMTs, so they came into my division, and they're about halfway through their 4-week process to get their EMT training. So all 32 should be finished within the next couple of weeks, and you'll have 32 new firefighters out working for UFA. We do have 6 personnel within UFA who just recently completed their paramedic training. That's about a year-long process to get through that training, and they have finished that and were promoted as paramedics last month as well. So 6 new paramedics that are working in the field. Our budget was just approved by our board yesterday. As you well know, wildland fire season is up and running. Our crews have been very busy already, which is often not the case early in mid-June. It usually ramps up fairly slowly, but it's kicked off, and they've been busy almost from the start when they were all hired. So we have a crew, our hand crew that is working on their status to become a Type 1 hotshot crew. Spent 2 weeks in Michigan. They are back and are back available now, and they may be out again already. I suspect that they probably are out. So we have several crews and several personnel within UFA that are out working fires in the state and outside of the state. As far as the call volume in Q2 to date, there have been 17 calls. So from April 1st to now, 17 calls, 15 of those were medical calls. 1 was a fire call, and 1 was a good intent call. There was an interesting call over the weekend. It was another cooperative effort between the town of Alta Ski Area, as well as UFA, UPD, Salt Lake County Search and Rescue, and Life Flight for the injured party at the bottom of Baldy Chute. Was a great cooperative effort. the person was significantly injured, and I haven't heard an update or a report on how they are doing, but they were able to get them out of a precarious situation and flown to the hospital. So I'm hopeful that they're going to be able to make a full recovery. We have moved forward working with Chris and Jeff Watcott, who oversees, he's a supervisor for our fuels crew, or one of our squads, to move forward and schedule chipping for the town of Alta that first week in August. And prior to that, we have also, Jeff has created some scheduling that is available for any properties or homeowners or businesses that would like to have a site assessment of what things look like, what kind of improvements they could make in regards to making it a little more safer for wildland fire risk. We're hoping to make that first week in August, pick one of the days to do a pancake breakfast in the morning. It would be a weekday. That still needs to be approved, but I'm hoping to get Matt McFarland to kind of jump in and help us with that on a weekday morning, and then maybe make it kind of an open house or an opportunity for community members to come, and we'll have some of our wildfire specialists there to answer questions. We can request involvement from the state and the Forest Service as well. Some of that is contingent on some of those resources being busy on fires. But we can cross our fingers and hope we can make that happen. But I think it'd be a good opportunity to have some of those folks come and help us with that. Jeff just jumped on, and so I think right now, if there are any questions specific to that chipping process or chipping program, or signing up to have an assessment of your home or your property, maybe we can let Jeff answer any of those questions or say anything more that I may have missed.
Thanks for joining us. Did they sign up with Chris Cawley? Is that how people sign up, or do we address? Why don't maybe you could review that?
Yeah. So yeah, I sent a link to Chris Cawley, so he'll be distributing that out. And basically, if I know how to use technology, I'll try to share my screen and give you an idea of what it looks like. So this is what it is. It's just a Google document that people click on the link and it brings them to this page here where they put their email, name, phone number, address, and then they can kind of pick a time block for a date that's prior to, the week prior to our chipper week that we have designated. So they can pick a morning time block or an afternoon time block. And it's not like specific to them, that we're trying to just lump people into different areas, and then we'll get to them within that time block as best we can. Obviously, you know, we are firefighters and this becomes our busy season. But we'll do the best we can to contact them and get to them within that time block. And if they have any other special requests or notes, whatever, they can add that in there. And then we collect all this data up, and then we can put that in a spreadsheet to share with my crew or the what is it, Station 113 up there with the crews that are up there to also go around and do these inspections. And the hope is that, you know, if we do this the week prior, it's not a lot of time, but it at least gives them a little bit of time, at least kind of the weekend, or if they sign up earlier in the week, to be able to do some work. We can identify some things for them and do some work for any of the mitigation efforts that are discussed, and then they can pile all that stuff. They don't have to haul it off, and then they just pile it in areas that's easily accessible for my crew for us to bring our chipper up, and then we just chip it there on site and then move on. So the idea too with the chipper days is it's helpful if they can get addresses and things like that to Chris, but it's not necessary. it just kind of helps us be able to make sure we get all the areas. But we're going to go through all the streets and make sure that we collect up everything and make sure it gets all chipped up. And then, but that is not a scheduled thing per se. Like it's not hey, can you come chip at this such and such a time? It's basically the chipper crew. We start somewhere and then we kind of move on. So when it passes, it passes. So that's kind of the design for those chipper days. But at least a great resource for fuel mitigation and everything, so people don't have to haul things off to the dump, and heaven forbid that they actually try to burn it or something like that.
Yeah, well, let's no open flames this year. But great, thanks for that review. You know, I understood, I saw a report that the extent of, I don't know if it was the number of high altitude fires or the risk of high altitude fires today is the highest it's been in the American West for 2,000 years.
Wow.
So we're not talking about a 100-year event. We're talking about 2 millennia. Chris?
Yeah, I heard that report on KUR last night. I think the study was of the frequency of wildfire in subalpine and alpine forests has gone up in the last, 50 years or something like that.
Right. I mean, so, we used to think about that as wet enough that we didn't face a serious issue, but that seems to be much less true than it used to be. So we really appreciate this. And Jay, I'll just thank you for the UFA's involvement in a rescue last week. That was not an easy rescue. And thank you to, I don't know if Mike Mon, if he's still on here. Yeah, he's still an attendee. I want to thank him and hope that he conveys our appreciation to his ski patrol too. And Mike Morey's staff. I think it was Kevin Payne who was involved in that. Okay, great.
Could I ask a question, Jay, in terms of the pancake breakfast, were you thinking that would be at Station 113, or how will we get further details on that? Are you going to communicate with Chris as well on that one?
Yeah, we'll communicate as we move forward, but my idea or my thought is to do it somewhere up in the town. And we have the ability to set that up so that we don't have to do it out of a station. It can be outdoors. And I would love to be able to do it to include some, the town employees, residents, obviously, and any other lodge employees, maybe out the ski lift employees who are there working during the summer, so that anyone can take advantage of that. So I'll cross my fingers that we can make that happen.
Yeah, that would be good. All right.
Well, I know we were potentially going to talk a little bit more. I don't know if this is the time to talk about fire restrictions, if you want me to wait until we get a little further in the meeting or not.
No, I mean, we're a little over time, but I do think that we should make sure that gets to be part of this record. So go ahead, Jay, if you don't mind. I think that's pretty important.
So just a couple things to keep in mind. As Chris mentioned, the report that he heard on the radio, we're seeing more frequent fires, obviously. Our crews have been busy. Yesterday, we saw record-breaking heat with single-digit humidities, and we're moving in the direction of things getting worse, not getting better. So the state already has what they call stage 1 restrictions in place, stage 1 fire restrictions in place. The Forest Service sent out today that they are going to also move to stage 1 restrictions starting this Friday through the entire summer. So I guess one of the things that you could consider as a legislative body is the town of Alta already restricts fireworks. So that's not something that you necessarily need to worry about. However, the stage 1 restrictions also restrict other types of open fires or ignition sources that could result in a fire. So cutting, welding, grinding of metal, those sorts of things could potentially lead to a fire. So the town of Alta could potentially look at adopting those same types of restrictions within the town and follow the guidelines that the state already has established, the Forest Service already has established. And they use a prescriptive method in order to say, hey, we're at the point where we need to implement these stage 1 restrictions. And so it's not just something that you would say, oh, it sounds good right now, we think it might be a good idea, but they actually look at, you know, what's fuel moisture, what are the risks that are inherent right now because of the environment, and that's why they make these restrictions. So that's something to think of as a legislative body, potentially moving in that direction.
Yeah, you know, on the bypass road, I yesterday I saw somebody cutting rebar with some kind of device. I'm not sure what he was using to do it, but that strikes me as, you know, could be a grinder of some kind. And you know, he was on the north side of the road where it's rocky, but there, you know, as it turned out, but I'm presuming that this adopting this requires a legislative act, Polly, or can this be done administratively until the next town council meeting if we were to choose to do so?
So because the state information is already, or the state restrictions are already in place, I don't think that we need to have, it's not a dire need to have our own.
Okay.
But I, you know, based on UFA's recommendation, I think it would make sense for us to adopt something, and I would recommend that we put it on the next council if the council is.
Yeah, and I know that there are rules that the state, there are periods around the 4th of July and the 24th of July that the state relaxes our ability to restrict fireworks. And so we were talking about that the other day too. We'll miss the 4th of July because we didn't put it on the agenda for this meeting. So we can't really take a legislative action today.
Harris, another question in terms of the Forest Service, because I know if you are backpacking and camping, that there in the past have been relaxation of fires outside of the campground area. So maybe that's something to consider as well as we're moving forward.
I think right now under this status that we have implemented, you may not make a campfire outside of a developed fire ring inside of a Forest Service facility like a campground. So you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to smoke unless you're in a cleared area or in your car under this current regime. You are allowed to use a liquid or gas operating stove, but it has to be the kind of stove that has an off switch. It can't, you know, I don't think you can carry it. Not that anybody would want to backpack with a hibachi, but I don't think you could do that legally.
And maybe Jay could talk to this better, but my guess is that if the fire conditions are similar to how they are now, the state will continue to ban fireworks during the 4th of July this year.
Well, I think that that's up to each municipality as far as what they are comfortable with. And again, it's those days prior to, during, and after those holidays. I believe that even on those days, I don't believe that those are permitted in Little Cottonwood Canyon or in Alta at all. I could be mistaken.
So, I mean, in a typical year, they would be. Other than, I mean, we're not allowed to restrict them as part of our anti-fireworks code. But the question really is, and I think the better answer or the better question, and it was not fair to put you on the spot, is I'll look into whether the state prohibition will also include the 4th of July for fireworks. And if not, I will contact the mayor. And if we need to consider holding an emergency meeting to prohibit
Yeah.
them during July 4th, we can do that because
Right.
of environmental conditions. But having the statewide ban, I think, usurps that state statute, but I will confirm that.
Okay, good.
Well, I think what is also important to remember are the maps that are in place. And those maps have been approved. And in our board meeting yesterday, we encouraged all of our municipalities to look at that. And those maps have certain timelines attached to them. However, if there are risk levels involved and a fire code officer determines that those risk levels are such that it's important to adjust those boundaries, then that can also be done legislatively. But I think your boundaries are already in place. If you refer to our fire map, it covers the entire Little Cottonwood Canyon, Big Cottonwood Canyon. But yesterday in our board meeting, we encouraged our east side municipalities, so Cottonwood Heights, Mill Creek. Draper's not part of UFA, but we've reached out to Draper and Sandy and encouraged us all to try to be on the same page and use 1300 East as a boundary, that nothing east of 1300 East people be able to utilize fireworks even during those times around the 4th and the 24th. So it'll be up to each municipality to ratify that or move forward with that. But I think most within UFA are going to do that.
Can I?
Yeah, and we
real quick?
talked, I was just going to say, Mike Morey may have something to say, because we have talked about, the aerial fireworks are not prohibited, are not allowed anyway. And we do sometimes see them in Alton. We've talked about being vigilant, but Mike, go ahead.
So I brought this up several years over the course of the last several years. A few years ago, the fireworks vendors lobbied the legislature, and they really pushed municipalities on their authority to restrict fireworks or not. And what the legislature did is pretty much vacated any existing municipal fireworks ordinances, including our own, but gave us the ability to pass new ordinances when the governing body finds that a special hazard exists, such as an urban interface with a forest, to go ahead and reenact an ordinance prohibiting all fireworks at all times. So you do have that authority, but you need to put an ordinance in place.
Yeah, let's see if we can, I think it seems like it's a good idea. Polly, if you could do this research and maybe we'll end up having a meeting in the last week in June before that time. I'm in town until the 2nd. I know I'm going out of town on the whatever that Friday is. So, okay. Let's thank you, Jay and Jeff. I'm sorry, I didn't catch if you're a captain or just by your right title.
Supervisor.
I'm a specialist.
Okay.
Just call me a specialist.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for what you do to keep our community safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question, please, Mayor. Could you clarify? I think you were speaking to whether or not fires can happen in our campground, in the upper campground.
They are allowed.
How could they be prohibited?
The Forest Service would have to make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. There are minutes from March 10th. There are minutes from the March 12th Budget Committee meeting, the Treasurer's report, and the various staff reports. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do that, but it's actually the May 12th minutes that we're looking at and are attached, not March. And the March 12th budget are not attached. They were in the previous meeting. So I don't know if it's part of the motion or if it's just an amendment that we make once the motion is made.
No, yeah, well, certainly there was a misprint and an unaware and an unconscious just repeating what it was in front of me. So the motion would be the May 10th. And then what was the other point, Margaret, about the March 12th?
Yeah, so it's actually the May 12th meeting minutes. that
May
we
12th,
reviewed.
yeah.
The March 12th Budget Committee minutes were actually approved as part of our May meeting. I think what happened is that those things just somehow made it in
Yeah.
there.
And I think, when was the other, there was another Budget Committee meeting.
I don't think we have minutes from the May 4th. It was 2 days after the council meeting was our May budget meeting,
Yes.
budget committee
That's
meeting.
right. Okay,
But I do not have minutes from that meeting.
okay. Okay, so we're approving, in that case, the May 12th minutes, the treasurer's report, and the staff reports.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Okay. I'll second that. Any further conversation or clarification? All those,
I
in-
just had a quick question, actually, for Polly, with regard to the record of note, whether it's the SoundCloud or these meetings in full, or if it's the actual minutes from both the draft minutes and then the finalized minutes that we're approving or not approving. It's still not clear to me what is the official record of our meetings.
Under state code, it says that the minutes are the official record of the meeting. However, that code has not been, the state code hasn't been updated based on technology. When it was written, there, they had little micro cassettes or cassette tapes. So it's not where you have the SoundCloud like you have now. So even though the minutes are the official record, I think it's a little bit of a parallel official record, because clearly you could always do a transcript. If there was something important or if there was a legal case, you would do a transcript of the audio or use the actual audio.
the audio doesn't go away.
Yeah, we keep that forever.
Yeah.
And we're required to keep the audio under state law as well, right?
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
So, what, it might be worthwhile getting some minutes. I'm just looking at our website, and the May 14th Budget Committee meeting, it was broadcast, it looks like to me. And so there would be a record of it. Maybe Piper, I can request some minutes from that meeting be put before us for the next town council meeting. Next regular town
I
council.
will. I have started those and ran out of time, so I definitely will do that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Oh, thanks. And my last question then was to Mike Morey about the reporting of activity. I just wonder if he could speak to that. I just wanted some clarification around some interdepartmental assistance, and I just wondered if you could speak to that report. I found it very interesting, but I didn't quite understand all of it.
I'm sorry, which part were you focused on?
Thank you, Marshall. I think you did, there's a form that's not in front of me, unfortunately, right now, but that sort of listed the activities for the month or for the past period, looking at like when you assisted with fire or if you responded to traffic incidents, for example.
Right.
I think this is the document you're thinking about.
It is, and if you could scroll down to the bottom of that, what I did
Right.
is gave you a little bit of a preview of what our records management system can now do
Great.
to document our activities. So this is just a small summary covering about a week and a half's period of time between my traditional report and what our new records management system can produce. It can also do some things like track our time on calls and document where we're spending our most time, the most amount of time on dispatch calls.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, if you'd forgive me for drilling down a little bit, what are Forest Service Agency call response?
We have what's called a CISC agreement with the Forest Service, where they contract to the town for us to provide a law enforcement presence on national forest lands. It's about a $3,000 a year contract, and we have to document that we're holding up our end of that contract and spending the appropriate amount of time on forest property.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. And I believe, I mean, I don't know which line it is. It may be in Piper's head because she spends so much time on this budget, but there is the CISC agreement does show up on the budget.
Yes, it's, yep, I'm talking. It's in the 1030, it's in the
Not in the police
revenue.
budget, right? Yeah, it's in the revenue.
1036, I'm looking for it. Intergovernmental, probably. So 1033.
Yeah, here, I'll show it to you.
600.
Sheridan.
And
It's that's what this line item is here.
And the CISC agreement, it goes like there's standard agreement that goes into effect for something like 5 years, and they give a amount something like 3 times 5, 15,000. Apparently it said 20,000. So at the end of that last year, we had the opportunity to apply for more money. So we got 5,000 for 1 year. I'm not really sure why, if that shows 2 years there, but we only got that in the fiscal year. Oh, 21. Yeah.
Yeah.
We only
yeah.
got it this 1 year, and then next year it'll go back to 3,000.
Thank you. Okay. Let me ask for a motion to, oh no, we did that. Okay, the next thing is my mayor's report. Let me see if I can gain back a little bit of our time.
Do you want to vote to accept the consent agenda?
Oh, I think, did we not do that?
You motioned and seconded.
Oh, and then we had discussion, right? Usually we have the questions after we accept it. Okay. All those in favor of accepting approving the consent agenda as defined, please say aye.
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 Okay, and I think that was everybody, none opposed? Okay. Okay, thanks, Piper. Okay. All right. So we, if people are acting like we don't have a pandemic anymore, but just to update us on that, we've now passed the 600,000 fatalities in the United States. The case rate in the past 14 days in Salt Lake County is 101 for 100,000. The state is still classifying us in Salt Lake County as in the high designation. 39% of the residents of Salt Lake County, when I looked this morning, are fully vaccinated. So doing the subtraction, that means 61% are not. At current rates of vaccination, which have slowed substantially, we will not meet President Biden's goal of having 70% of the population vaccinated by July 4th. In fact, at this current rate, which is probably an overestimate of the rate, it will take until October. New cases nationwide are negatively correlated with vaccination rates. That's no surprise. There was a very interesting figure in a Washington Post article the other day that showed in quadrants that the states with fewer than average vaccinations have higher than average infections. which is the box, the quadrant we're in. Gary Edwards, the health department director in Salt Lake County, is retiring. I think COVID, he survived COVID individually, but perhaps professionally, it was a very trying experience. Angela Dunn, who had been the head epidemiologist for the state, is going to be taking his job as health director of the health department. I've had preliminary conversations with some fundraising firms in regard to the community center. The next step would be to, if we were to do this, would be to move forward on preparing a presentation package. And the fundraising consultants have said to me that the first step in a fundraising effort would be to see how feasible it is to raise this money. We have 2 town council seats, and the mayor's seat is up for election this year, as you know. 4 candidates filed for council, alphabetically: Carolyn Anstill, Margaret Burke, John Byrne, and Bodie John. I don't know, did Bodie file as Bodie, Piper?
Yeah, Rowan, Bodie, Lynch's, John.
Okay, just to make sure everybody knows that Rowan is the same person who goes by Bodie. And 2 for the mayor's seat, Roger Burke and me. I'm curious, Polly, what happens if both of Margaret and Roger Burke win their elections?
Well,
They would take their seats. There's nothing against having relatives serve on the same council.
Okay, let's see. At our next meeting, I've been talking to the lawyers for the Patsy Marley estate. And at the next meeting, we're going to hear from them in a work session. They have a proposal for doing something with that ground different from what they are currently vested to do, which is to build 10 large houses. I've met with them several times. I've encouraged them to consider reasonable alternatives. I'm not at this moment speaking to how reasonable the alternative will be that they put before the town council. They know what the process would be. They'd also have to have Salt Lake City's buy-in, and I know that they've been speaking with Salt Lake City as well. I already said something about the parking and public input. Oh, Chris, I skipped over you. I'm sorry. Can you say something about the public input process that you're thinking about?
Well, I don't have a lot to share besides what Mike Morey described as our unknowns and the scope of the parking program that we envision. Aside from to say that we are thinking about using the funds we were awarded by WFRC almost 2 years ago to hire consultants to create the plan for us essentially by September 1st. So I'm writing an RFP of sorts, and we have had a preliminary conversation with 2 consulting firms. And so we could potentially release this on Friday or Monday and then be ready to start working in the first or second week of July. We're a small town. People are tuned in for the most part. In terms of our local constituents, there's not a ton of data to collect or research to do. But it's important to come into this process with knowledge of how it works in other communities. And so that's where a consultant could be valuable. Public input, we need to know, the ski area generated some information about, how residents and property owners in the West Grizzly and Albion Basin areas use overnight parking. And now the hotels use day use and overnight parking. And we, may or may not need more information than that. So we'll seek to verify that information, get some more and then also do some public outreach to publicize the plan that we end up with, so that the council has the benefit of an informed community when the council makes a decision about how to change our local ordinances, so we can have a coherent and functional parking plan for next year.
Great. Good. Thanks for that briefing. And I've already said something about the engagement that we had with the Rural Water Association, which we heard from them on the 13th of May. On the 18th, I met with the UFA at the UFA board meeting. The main issues there were the budget process for the UFA and the UFSA, and heard something about a settlement of in closed session. There was an HR benefits claim that there had been a lawsuit involved, and the UFA happily has settled that. It's interesting how much growth there is in various parts of Utah, and Eagle Mountain is, I suppose it's not the right metaphor to say they're on fire, but that the place is growing in leaps and bounds and needs another fire station. So there was a discussion about acquisition of some land by the UFSA. On the 20th, the CWC's visitors use study group met. I couldn't make that whole meeting because there was a required equity, diversity, and inclusion training at the U. This group is making some progress. I've met with them several times. I'm a little concerned. The time after that was on the 24th. I have concerns with the way this study is proceeding, and in a meeting earlier this week, I can't believe it's only Wednesday, but on Monday, I had a meeting where it was a budget meeting, and I basically said, I don't think that the budget committee should recommend to the whole board that we accept this proposal. And so in that meeting, I had my, money spending hat on, but there's going to be another meeting with the visitor use advisory group with the potential vendor about this. I can get into it. I have some concerns about I won't do it now. I'm happy to talk one-on-one with anybody, and you can also see my comments if you go to the CWC's, either the recording or soon the minutes will be out. Basically, I have problems with both the validity and the reliability of what they're proposing to do in terms of the social impacts and the overall cost, which is increased because they're going to study these social impacts by surveying users. I'm quite supportive of the physical and environmental parts of the study. The CWC board met to adopt their budget, but also to talk about the mountain transportation pillars. And those include visitor use, watershed protection, traffic management, integration into the broader transportation network, year-round transit service, and long-term protection of critical areas through federal legislation. And I think that that's a nice framework for what the CWC is up to. I've become a little concerned that a transportation solution in Little Cottonwood Canyon is a very expensive white elephant. I haven't decided to do this yet, but a sabbatical project for 22-23, when I have a sabbatical, is a book called The End of Snow: Multi-Party and Multi-Jurisdictional Negotiations in the American West. And I'm not sure that the way that UDOT-EIS, which is attempting to lower traffic in Little Cottonwood Canyon from the then expected 2050 rates by 30%, just strikes me as 30 years from now, I don't know that there's going to be skiing in Little Cottonwood Canyon. And to spend $500 million or $1 billion on a transportation solution strikes me as you can do a lot of other things with $500 million. So I don't know. On June 8th, there was a UFSA Finance Committee meeting. We reviewed the budget for that body and the tax rate because that's a taxing body. They took nominations for who was going to be the new chair of that committee, and I nominated Jeff Silverstreamy because he wasn't there. And unlike academic committees, where if you don't show up, you do definitely get the job, I was told that we couldn't select him because he wasn't present. So I am the incoming committee chair of the UFSA Finance Committee. So I'll have something to say about tax rates. The CWC budget meeting was on the 14th to approve the budget. And then there was a UFSA board meeting yesterday, but for the first time since I've been in this role, I had to miss that meeting because I had to a presentation at an academic conference that was a remote conference, but it was early in the morning. So John attended the meeting because in my place, although he couldn't vote, so we didn't have a vote cast yesterday. Elise is our alternate, but she was unable to attend as well. So my understanding is they had just adopted their budget and tax rate, and they did some other outreach on the fire status, like we already heard about. John, is there something else we need to add?
They spent a lot of time on the ethics question from the John Dougal's fraud assessment. An awful lot of time because it's been a number of years, but the previous administration with the UFA ran into some problems with the budgeting issues. So I guess the biggest thing about it is one of the board members wanted all the employees as well as the board members to sign this form every single year related to ethics requirements for the auditor's fraud form, because they get points towards their operations when they do that. And, it's a little difficult to do that with an operation the size of UFA. So ethics was a big thing. And then the stations the new stations they were building.
That they're going to build, yeah. Okay. All right.
And I'm just going to throw in here that the town council and mayor also need to sign those, and I will get those out to you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, because that's where I was leading. It's like, apparently we're supposed to sign those things as well. We have no problem doing that, but it's kind of new.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, upcoming meetings, the Alta Planning Commission on June 22nd, at 3:00.
Yes, next Tuesday.
June 23rd is a CWC meeting about the visitor use study at 3:00. On June 24th, there's a Council of Mayors meeting at 11:30, and July 12th, the CWC board meetings at 3:30. The temporary dog licenses issued with a start date between 5/12 and 6/14/21. Kevin McDonald for 2 days, David Miller for 12 days, Sophie Danforth for 7 days. There was a wedding, Tian Lulu on the 11th. There was a Matthew Romney had a wedding on the 12th. So those were just 1-day licenses. And then Crystal, how do you say her last name? Jen Jagels?
Yes.
For 6 days. Okay. So now we get to a couple of decisions, discussion and possible action on the budgets. We have to pass the budgets, don't we, Polly? We have to do something. We have to take an action. There's a resolution R 2020 R8 on the 21 budget. Then there's a resolution for adopting new water rates going forward, and a resolution that would be R9, and then R10 is a resolution to adopt the 22 budget. So I would, let's take them in that order because it makes sense to go chronologically, and we have to do the water before we are ready to adopt the 22 budget. So I would be, I'm looking for a motion on resolution 2021 R8.
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, moved by Cliff and seconded by Elise. Okay, discussion on this motion.
I would like to amend what we have presented to suggest that we put money into the water infrastructure, as we mentioned during the work session, that we put some money in there this year, even if it was to not pay down the debt, the 20,000 that we're paying this year, but to build up that infrastructure cost. And then the second thing is the idea about the 15K in fundraising. I guess that was, since we haven't spent it yet this year, that we delay that spending and use that money for something else.
I was planning to, if that got approved, I would contract with those consultants in the next couple of weeks, if the budget's approved. So do you want to, those, I think those are two separate motions, Margaret, or two separate amendments, unless you want them to be tied together.
No, you're right, Harris, they should be addressed separately. In terms of the consultants, this is kind of the first that I've heard about it. So I don't know who it is that you've been speaking to about that and whether or not that's important for us to know as we're making a decision about that particular budget item.
I've talked to two, David Driggs and Amber Lee. What's her last name? Jen, you know her last name. I'm forgetting it at the moment. At Pathways. Amberly Phillips and David Driggs, who was recommended to me. He's at a different firm, which was recommended to me by the Director of Development from the University of Utah. And both of them have discussed the idea of a feasibility effort. They would be working with the architects on, at this stage, actually, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. That feasibility effort is in the 22 budget. In the 21 budget is $15,000 to engage with an architect, the architects to make a model. And that would be in, and then we would have a conversation with them and the consultants. But I don't mind moving that, all of that money into the next year. We did talk about it in the May meeting. It was in the approved, well, we did talk about it in the May meeting. So I put it in here. As far as the water goes, you know, I don't think it makes any difference because the water infrastructure replacement is going to come out of our savings account. And our savings account is underwater at the moment. So if we pay off the debt, that just means that whatever money we have is no longer encumbered in the debt and can be used for infrastructure replacement. So this is just a difference in where it is in terms of accounting, but I don't think it really, you know, makes much difference.
Yeah, I guess my point was just in terms of a priority adjustment, that I would rather put it into the infrastructure replacement area rather than the debt repayment. When we have extra money, then the debt repayment is there, but comes second to the infrastructure. So it's just a priority.
Okay, you need to make a motion if you'd like us to vote on it.
Okay, so there's two motions.
Let me share this with you. Here's the relevant page of the water budget.
Okay, so my motion is that account number 5140-830 be given the amount instead that is currently identified in the debt service principal of 20,000, that infrastructure replacement get that money instead, and the debt service for this particular year be zeroed. Do you need something more detailed than that?
I think
do. Sorry, so the debt service would be 0 and the infrastructure replacement would be 20,000.
Right, so the debt service principal is 5140, is at 810, and the infrastructure 5140-830.
Where would that money, oh, is there a second?
Seconded.
Where would that money, discussion, Piper, where would that money be?
The 20,000
Yeah.
is currently.
That's true for next year too, but just I'm curious, where does it sit?
It's currently in our public treasury fund with the state.
And we identify it in a certain way.
There's, in that savings account, there's, I'm going to make up a number because I'm not really sure, but it's in the 350,000 range.
Right.
So it would be transferred. It would be on paper because it would stay there. Right.
Right.
Because
and so
that basically infrastructure replacement is basically you're putting it into your savings account.
That's right. That's right. See, I think that this is a distinction that doesn't really exist in the sense that it's going to raise an account from 350,000 to 370,000 in either case. And that account is encumbered by something like 400,000 in terms of the debt that's owed. So I think this it's cosmetic largely is my sense of this. I did notice, Margaret, that in something else you said, or somewhere I don't know. I believe that you've had a conversation anyway about what is the infrastructure replacement schedule and what is being replaced. And so we don't actually have something identified to be replaced. So I don't think this makes a very big difference, as I said, but I also think that it's a little odd to have something that is undefined as the priority over and adjust the policy that we agreed to a couple of years ago, which was that we need to get this debt down. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah,
I'm just going to put in here too, that if it stays in debt service, it will come out of our savings and it will go to the general fund. If it goes to infrastructure replacement, it'll stay right where it is.
Oh, okay. So I stand corrected on the way the accounting works. Cliff?
Yeah, I totally agree that infrastructure replacement is a priority, but I don't think moving the money between accounts at this point moves that priority forward. I think what needs to happen is some serious engineering, planning, and budgeting. And then from there, we have inputs into the water budget, and in turn, have to make some hard decisions about water rates. And that's the process that would need to be followed to pursue that priority.
Philosophically, does the council agree with the idea that it's important to, rather than accelerate the debt repayment, important to invest as a higher priority in the infrastructure?
I do.
I do as well.
I think they're both high priorities. I don't really see it as a process of ranking those two priorities.
Yeah, I think I agree with Cliff that they're both important. And I mean, you can always make a loan back to the general. I mean, that's what would happen actually today. What would happen is we would spend the 350 that we have if we had an emergency, and then we would have to lend money from the general fund to the water fund. So, you know, I just don't see that this is, well, anyway. Okay. Any other comments? All right, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor of amending the the 21 water budget to take $20,000 out of debt service and put it into infrastructure replacement, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed, please say no. No.
No.
Okay, that amendment is not adopted. Okay, Margaret, you had another one you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, that one had to do with the spending of funds for the feasibility, I guess, sorry, not the feasibility study. You corrected me on that it was for the model for INEA to create that would then be a precursor, I guess, to the feasibility study. I would like to reduce that expenditure. What account? Oh, you're scrolling to it. Thank you.
It's here.
Yeah, so that would be 1072-310. I move that we not allocate 15,000 to that particular account this year, and that those funds go into the general fund or stay in the general fund, or if they are indeed allocated in the impact fund instead, that they stay there for now.
A second.
So obviously I don't agree with that, but you know, are there comments from other people?
If I may comment, $15,000 to build a scale model of a community center that, to my way of thinking, speaks to values that don't reflect what I think what our community is about, is something that I question. I feel from the heart that the community center, as currently put forward, speaks to an indoor space when I think of the community of Alta being outdoor people. And so, you know, without attempting to be pejorative, it strikes me that it looks like an airport hangar. And it also has space for lots of things that already exist within Alta. So before we go much further in spending money that I could wish as a councilwoman we had spent on the current community center and thinking about redoing that and making that more robust, I would much rather we pump the brakes a little bit on spending any more money on the current design.
I'll just point out that there was a fairly extensive public input process. John, do you want to review that?
Oh, boy. And while I agree, I value your opinion, Sheridan, there were like 100 people contacted that weighed in on this one particular design. It wasn't that way in the first. It was more the embed, which I think is kind of traditional to Alta and we're all used to, but it just kind of got whittled down to this one particular design that is called now the lift. INEA did a really good job of seeking public input. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more public input, but boy, they couldn't have advertised it anymore, and we advertised it as well. So, you know, whatever gets picked, somebody's not going to like it. This was the one that kind of floated to the top. So in order to go, and this is just a feasibility study. So there are
right. The goal of this is to figure out how much money we can raise through private donations. That's what this is about.
Right, but getting here to what we now see as the lift, I mean, that's a feasibility study for including all of the program elements that were identified by our local committee, and then a lot of people that signed in and made comments online, and in 2 or 3 or 4 public input sessions, like open houses. So that's where we are now. Now, going forward, the feasibility study for the funding will lay out to us whether or not it's even possible to fund something like this in this location. I mean, it helps. We've got to have all of this information. I mean, if they come back and say, you know, there's no way you're going to get this money, then we got to step back and do something different. If they look around and take a temperature on people who would be willing to donate to something like this, and they say, oh yeah, this will be easy. You know, that still doesn't mean this is exactly the building we're going to build. You know, that'll come up later as we go down the way. But, you know, just like this building in this location, we had to do the feasibility analysis to figure out if it was even possible. That's what we're now looking at doing, moving forward with the funding analysis. And then one other thing, we talk a lot about a model that's just kind of an easy thing to go to. It may or may not be a model. It's a glossy package that the funding experts, which I find quite interesting. I mean, who would have known that there'd be a job that is nothing but seeking funding for other people's projects. But so if we do move forward with this, the funding expert will be telling NEAD what they want to put forth their funding requests. It may be a model plus a lot of other photos and pictures and design elements. It may not be a model at all.
I'll say something about the site because I have had a conversation with the Forest Service. The reason for that design looking the way it is because it's it's cheaper and more environmentally sensitive to do that than to try to build it into the hillside. Unfortunately, we have a very difficult location. And I spoke with the Forest Service about a different location, and that would take years if it's even possible. Ironically enough, this is an interesting catch-22. If we were to try to exchange this land for other land in Alta, there would have to be an equalization of the land values, and our process has demonstrated that this land is very difficult to build on. So that would affect the valuation. So in some sense, while we were given it for free, we may not have a lot of value for exchanging. So really, and I interrupted John, I beg your pardon about when you said feasibility. So there are two, right, we're using it in 2 different ways. The architects came up with a building that could be feasible. And it is not a finalized design, it is an idea. Now, the next question is, how much money do we have in our community? How many people are interested in helping us with this? So the kind of the promotional materials and the research to do that is what I'm asking for your consent on in these 2 budgets. If you have a project that's $15,000 for the existing community town, you know, the existing library building, Sheridan, if you look at this budget, I mean, there's plenty of money in here that's going into capital. I don't even know where it is at the moment. The capital.
That's it. That was it. 1090.
Oh yeah, here it is. It's this number. It's 423,000 that's going into capital projects. We had as Mike Vaughn said, we had a pretty good year. So if there's a project for $15,000 that you want to spend general fund money on, we can do it. We do have a time frame in which we have to get this money out of the impact fee, and the impact fee money would be what I'm proposing is eligible for the impact.
Right. It would be restricted. Yeah.
So.
And if we did, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Piper.
No.
I was at our last council meeting that, sorry, forgive me, I'll finish the thought and then go ahead. Based on our last council meeting and also the last budget meeting, however, John, you told me that we could use this impact fund money to have looked at any changes to our current community center. And a couple important questions about this iteration of a community center that have yet to be answered for me is to see a single building in the world that would meet the goals that we've set out for this community center to achieve within our town, to actually slow down traffic, to bring together everyone, to have yoga space, to have spaces for all the offices. I mean, I think they're all admirable goals. And in no way am particularly critical of any ad, but I do feel critical of how these funds were so swiftly shunted to this particular project without looking at other ways that we could use $85,000 in the town to look at our current community center, which, though it's been a COVID year, I've never seen well subscribed. I've never seen blown out with too many people trying to use the library or the computer systems. And that's not just because of the awkwardness of the building. The site's much better than the current build we're proposing and would be much more affordable to do rehab. So I think it's fair to ask, why are we thinking about spending $85,000 on this new entity when we haven't even looked at how that could have been allocated or could improve the current entity that we have?
Well, I'm going to correct the record in two ways. We're not asking for $85,000 now. And as far as the money last year, it was already in the budget. And what happened was we came up with a clever way to get it out of the general fund budget. That was, it was already authorized as an expenditure from the previous year's budget. So it was not a sudden thing. What was sudden was that we figured out a way not to have it in the general fund. And I thought that was very important, given that we didn't know what our revenues were going to be.
And then maybe just a couple of things, Sheridan. Yeah, we can't really blame Inia. Inia did a fantastic job. They put together everything that they heard from all their community meetings and input on their website and regular meetings with the advisory group. And yeah, they threw in everything. And that's kind of how we got to the lift. There was no way we could afford the embed or the maintenance of the embed with all of the program elements that the community wanted in there. And, you know, if it goes through this phase and gets to a point of, yeah, we're going to go forward with the community center, then you all as a body will have to decide what you really do want in there, what you don't. So this is not a final design. This is their nirvana, or our nirvana, I guess, that NEA just put together. So this is especially, but just one more thing. I almost see this next phase as, well, it's a natural next step. I mean, we did this $75,000 feasibility study with an avalanche impact analysis, which now we know everything we need to know about that site. We didn't know anything before. The next natural step would be, okay, here's what we really want, or the community really wants, the size, whether or not it's the right location. You know, now that may change in the future. This is the next natural step. Can we afford it? I mean, if they come back and say, no way, you can afford half of this, or sure, it would be easy, then we can move forward and start answering the more detailed questions like, okay, well, we really can do this. Is this the one we want? Is this where we want it? Maybe we want to do something somewhere else, but we don't know, I don't think, until we have the facts. So we have half the facts now, or 3/4 of the facts. Now we need to know, do the professionals really think we can make this kind of money and pay for this kind of project? So
okay, I have a feeling we know where we stand on this, and it's 8 minutes after the meeting was supposed to be over, and we've still got quite a bit to do. So I would request that we take this vote and move on. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, let me just take 1 minute.
Sure.
Mayor, I'm going to try to make this real fast. You know, I said that I would support the 15,000, and so I'm going to support the 15,000. I think there's value to be gained from a fundraising feasibility study. It's a necessary part of the step, and this probably is the time. I also do share a lot of Councilmember Davis's concerns about the size and scope and the expense of the project. And I think the time is upon us for the town council to take on the responsibility that the town council has to identify the limits of what is responsible for us to spend of money that belongs to the public, and what that is going to accomplish for our community. I think the time's upon us for the town council to undertake its responsibility now to start defining the objectives and the scope and the scale and for the community center.
Okay, so we have a motion to delete the $15,000 of expenditures that is identified on line. I'm trying to find it again.
10th, sorry. The impact, it was 1072.
Well, there's a contribution. What we would be doing is we would be deleting the 1039,410 here.
We would be reducing it by 15,000.
Right, that's
Yes.
right. This would go down by $15,000 on the income side, and then on the expense side,
1072.
we would be reducing this to zero. So that's, as I understand it, what the motion is.
Yes.
Do I have that correct, Margaret?
That is what I proposed, yes.
Okay. All those in favor of this motion to amend the motion that's the main motion to adopt the budget, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. No.
No.
Okay, the motion is not adopted. Now we can come to the main motion, unless there's another amendment that somebody wants to offer.
Mayor, could you please motion to amend the 1054-132 with that mistake that Margaret identified?
Good, okay, thank you. 1050. No, I've lost it.
1054, 132. Insurance benefits.
Right. So, yeah, I'll make a motion that this number go to 422,997.
No, that one goes to 131,966, just like in
That's right.
column 2. Yeah.
Oh, right. It's the difference. 131,966. And then there would have to be a change here. And this number goes to 422,997.
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? It's just fixing an error. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think that was everybody. None opposed? Okay. Now we can move to the main motion of adopting this, the resolution. Amending the 2021 fiscal budget. So any further discussion on this? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
I'm opposed.
Okay, the motion is adopted, 3-2. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda then is the water rate, adopting the water rates. Let me just make sure I've. Tax rate, I don't have that in front of me, apparently.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, the resolution for the certified tax rate? No. Water
No,
rates.
the water is what we're on.
Okay.
And Mayor, I don't know if you want me to address this, but I in speaking with Councilmember Curry, I did track some changes on 2 requests that he made, and I could pull up the resolution with those.
Yeah, because I see, I have the email, but I didn't open that resolution. And there are so many of them, I'd have to open them all up to know which, because they're not titled in a way that I can find it easily.
Let me get there real quick.
Oh, wait. No, I see the discussion from the staff.
Just have to make sure I'm sharing the right document.
I don't even see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
10, 6. I don't see it attached to your to this email, actually.
It was an email that I just sent out today. I was just
Okay.
sharing it with you. I guess
Are you sharing your screen?
I am now.
Yes, I see it. Okay.
Yes. So in this resolution, Cliff had made a comment about the language used in section E here and it not being clear whether the numbers in the table represented a number that should be used as a percentage, when in actuality, these are values, and how the values got determined is based on a percentage, but these numbers in and of themselves, do not represent a percent. They are, when you are looking at a commercial building, you basically would take, if it was a restaurant in part, you would take 0.03, you would multiply it by the number of seats, and then you would use that number in addition to any other numbers here that you're totaling to add up to get the total ECU count for that building.
Right.
So I proposed some language up here in section E to just try and make that as explicit as possible, and Polly has reviewed that as well. Cliff, I don't know if that satisfies your concern with that language.
You know, it's fine, and this is just simply a technical drafting point, but if we can go back to that page, what I would like to do, and of course I know that we're not at the motion stage. Hey, it's only 6:15, but you know, my drafting is just that we should here on the third line of that paragraph. I think that we need to replace the word percentage with the words decimal value. Otherwise, we are going to work some serious mischief here, where somebody comes in and claims, "Oh no, you know, the value that you should be adding is not 0.03; it is 0.03 of 1%. That's what we got to fix. So I think we need to delete the word percentage there on that third line and insert the 2 words decimal value.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Cliff. I guess the other thing you could do is you could paste the word, the acronym ECU after each one of those values.
Yeah, but again, by using percentage, I know it's entirely innocent, but we're working mischief there. Somebody comes in and says, "Oh no, percentage."
Yeah. Okay, so right. I mean, that seems totally reasonable to me. These are not meant to be. this is 0.03 ECUs for each seat in a restaurant is what this is meant to
Yeah,
be.
not 0.03% of an ECU.
That's right. It's right. It's 3% of an ECU.
Yeah.
So you get an ECU for every 33 seats, right? And the whole logic behind this system is that, and it's an odd thing. One thing that's odd is to think of each house, instead of a house being 1.0 ECU, each house is 1.25. The supposition for that, it doesn't really matter. It's a unit is a unit. I think that the way that might have come up, and we didn't do the archaeology of the background to this extent, but my guess is that it has to do with this set of numbers, so that you could get a unit that was big enough for a house to compare it to a lodge. So, okay, Cliff, would you like to make a motion?
Well, I think I haven't seen the email today, and I think Jane Clancy wanted to also take us to the next page of the
okay
draft resolution.
So
Go
ahead,
I think
Cliff.
I would agree with that change there. Yeah.
So this language here in section J, just to back up, is this has been carryover language since 1996. And I have spoken with Polly to make sure that there isn't some sort of legal reason that we have to have a 21-day protest period here. And she didn't have any concerns with taking this out. If someone feels that their bill has been miscalculated, of course, the town staff would review that and address that at any point.
Right. Yeah, there's no need for that to be within 21 days. And there's no doubt that the town staff wants to bill people the right amount. I mean, that's.
Jane, would you mind going back to the previous page? Did that change make sense, the decimal value?
So, oops, sorry, I'm jumping between two computers here and getting confused on myself. So you're just proposing just to say decimal here?
Decimal value, yeah, I think is how math people say it.
That's the edit, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. And then if it works with the where we are in relation to my colleagues now, first of all, I have to recognize the great deal of excellent and diligent work that went into this. All I did was come in and fix a couple typos. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate all of the study and work that went into this. And with that, I move the adoption of the resolution as amended.
Seconded. Oh, go ahead, Sheridan.
Okay. All right. Moved by Cliff and seconded by Sheridan. I think she beat you to it, Elise. And good. Is there further discussion now that we have the motion before us?
The only thing I'd like to add, and this is something I talked to Jen about earlier today, so it's late on my part, but I'd like to see if we could potentially move to a mechanism where there's new construction or remodels, particularly of single family buildings, which are not individually assessed the way we do commercial buildings, that we would move to the per fixture ECU mechanism that we have for commercial buildings as a way to make the system more fair going forward without the burden of having to have staff or somebody at the water district figuring out what all the fixtures are for each single family residence at this point, so that we are both equalizing the allocation and equalizing the cost based upon the ECU values, and not just assuming that all single family residences should be at the 1.25 ECU value. So, I mean, I have potential language that could be added in there, but again, because it's so late in the day, I would amend subsection D, talking about all single family residences, to add a paragraph similar to what Snowbird has for their system, that all new single family development or construction projects that require water or sewer facilities from the town, that we recognize there is an impact to both the existing infrastructure, and that needs to be financed by the developer owner, and to the extent of moving forward, that property, that project be assessed accordingly to that ECU valuation individually, the way it is for commercial structures in subparagraph E.
I think that that might be a good idea. I don't know. I haven't thought about that at all. So in my opinion, it might be, I may come to the opinion that's a good idea, but I'd have to think that through and investigate that. I am, there is a difference between a consumption-based system and a capacity-based system. And the difference is the idea, especially in places where there are many second homes, where the capacity, where the use could go down quite a bit. And the revenues could go down if what we're doing is just charging for each gallon of water. The idea here is that you can be out of town and come back for the season after having been away for 3 months, turn the tap, and the water comes on. And there's a cost to that that's independent of the variable cost of the water. So that's, I think, why we have an ECU system in the first place. You can do it based just on consumption, but and I, like I said, we didn't delve into the whole history of this enough. I have also got a little bit of a concern that there's a potential that a house has so few fixtures that it becomes a small percentage of an ECU, and we open ourselves up to people who essentially don't have water on our water system, making a claim that they have enough water to build a house. So I'd be a little bit wary about going in that direction without a lot of background work. So this is not the last time this is going to happen. I think we do water rates every year, don't we?
We can.
Yeah. So, I think that there's some legwork that would need to be done before we start doing stuff, but you can make a motion to amend the motion if you want to, Margaret, of course.
I thought that's what I just did, but I did want to point out, though, that we do have a circumstance that the lodges in essence are operating on a part-time basis as well, that many of them are not fully operational other than during the ski season. And so we do have a situation where we don't necessarily have consumption versus capacity already for the commercial entities. And so retail places as well are in the commercial area working on the actual fixtures ECU and not a general allotment the way the single family residences are. So that it was just an idea that we look towards being both equitable for the allocation, and that we attempt to be fair in terms of the ECU approach. If we're using it for one type of user, potentially there is a reason to use it for the other users.
So what is the language that you're proposing is the motion? I didn't catch that. I beg your pardon.
So I'm proposing that we add a subparagraph, that there be two components, that the subparagraph D have the current language that's worded there, all single-family residential buildings, be subpart 1. And then under that, we would add new language that all new single-family resident development or construction projects, including remodels that require water and or sewer services from the town of Alta, we recognize that they impact existing infrastructure and that they be financed, paid for, or constructed by the owner of the same on the basis of their water allocation. And in addition, that owner shall provide the financing and construction for all facilities for their own exclusive benefit. And further, to understand future impacts, the owner shall provide an impact analysis and engineering study by a qualified engineering firm selected by the Salt Lake Service Area number 3, or whatever entity the town is contracting with at the time for our water management operation. And that engineering firm meet the specifications and standards as determined by the town of Alta building official, and that there be inspections both during and after construction of those improvements, and that those inspections be made by Salt Lake City Service Area number 3 or the town of Alta building official.
I will admit, Margaret, I lost you on that, so we'll have to go back to.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Polly for a point of order. I mean, I appreciate the need to amend motions in real time sometimes, but this strikes me as something that needs to be written down and sent out. That was much more complicated than I could get my head around in listening.
Yeah, my interpretation, Margaret, correct me if I'm wrong, is it almost provides an incentive to be a new building where it almost creates a system where it's unequitable between different residences.
Why don't we take this up over the next few months and look to doing this in July of 22? If in fact it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly support getting it onto the agenda and having something that we can all take a close look at, as well as staff and other experts.
Okay. So I've just gotten some messages about needing a hard stop at 7 o'clock. I would be wanting to do that as well. I actually have a 7:30 meeting and still have to have some dinner. So I'm going to invite you, Margaret, to withdraw this motion and wait until next year. But if you don't want to do that, I'll call for a second and we'll vote on it.
I guess rather than withdraw it, I'd like to table it until next year. Is that the same effect?
Yeah, and let's not wait till next year. Let's do it this summer and talk about the whole concept so that we're ready for it to take effect next year.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay. All right, so all those in favor of adopting this water rate, this resolution R9, adopting a resolution amending these previously enumerated previous resolutions pertaining to water rates, please. We do have a motion on the table, right? Pretty sure
yes,
we do.
We just need a vote.
Okay.
Did we? Sorry.
As
Sorry
amended, as amended.
Did we have a second?
I think we did. Yeah. And it's amended as shown as discussed
Yes.
earlier. All
Yes.
those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, so I think that was unanimous. None opposed? Okay, thank you. Then the next item on our agenda is discussion, possible action on our 2020, resolution 2021 R10, the 2022 fiscal year budget. And that one I did have pulled up. Okay, so this is the resolution, and whoops, sorry.
I'm going to make a motion that we adopt that resolution so we can get right to discussions.
I will
Okay.
second.
All right. Discussion. So let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. This is the wrong one. Here's the tentative budget. Okay, discussion.
So I have multiple amendments, and so one is that the water fund 1039-430, instead of taking out 40,000 to double the amount of the debt payback, that we instead use 20,000 of that to support infrastructure replacements, which I believe is 5140-830. Although it could be 5140-200. I'm not sure how those are, which account would be the appropriate one. But I think a 10-year repayment is not necessarily necessary, that we could consider this more like a 30-year loan and pay it back on the original schedule.
We've had it for 30 years or 20 years.
But my understanding is we have never paid for it. It was never a specific written amount that we agreed that it was a debt that needed to be paid back. And it's only in the last 3 or 4 years that we've started to pay it back. Am I incorrect about that?
No, previous administrations had ignored this debt, or they incurred it. Somebody incurred it and then they ignored it. But it's been on the books for a very long time. And why is that a good idea, Margaret?
Because of, in part, the comments that that Keith was making today in terms of our work session, that it was very important that we save substantial money to be able to accommodate growth and EPA and other circumstances, and that we provide a reliable and safe drinking water at a reasonable cost. And so putting that money into our infrastructure, which he said is aging, it's 50 years old, and we know that there are parts of it that were substandard to begin with. And so it seems to me imprudent to prioritize reducing the debt versus putting that money into infrastructure replacement. So I'm not saying we don't necessarily, I'm not suggesting that we forgive that debt. I'm just saying that repaying it on the 40K schedule as proposed here versus the 20K is not necessary, and I would prioritize it differently.
Is there a second?
I will second.
I will point out that we do have in our water savings account in the public treasury $318,000 that if we came up with a pipe replacement, I mean, it's true that this money goes very fast when you have a big project or an emergency, but we do have a good savings, a healthy savings account to address some projects. It's true that if we wanted to build a new reservoir, which is one of the projects that Keith recommended, it would take up all that savings, but just wanted to throw that out there that we do have some money in savings.
Margaret, can I ask you what are your the general categories of your other amendments that you want to make?
Yeah, one category generally was that I would propose we not double the bonuses, but I would tend to eliminate the bonuses basically in all the accounts that are there. And I would put that money into the salary for all of those accounts. Another is dealing with economic development, ACDB, since it's been stated that the rationale is that we want to spend money to increase visitation. It doesn't seem to me we have a visitation issue. And then the one has to do with the library community center, maybe similar to what Sheridan was talking about, that we increase that we have an audio video system and maybe even HIPAA filters so that we can start to meet again in person in the library and community center, and that those could be used, that we have money for making that building safe and accessible. Because I know Chris has talked about how questionable that rear support wall is, and even the roof for that structure. And then the last one is that we consider increasing money to the Alta Resort Shuttle so that they could expand service into the evenings to provide greater service from Snowbird or even of our rental properties for people to be able to go to the restaurants and lodges where they could get services.
So, you know, Margaret, it feels to me like a very late moment to be suggesting this instead of making these suggestions at a budget committee meeting earlier or even over the last week. You know, I feel like it's a little unfair to have this meeting go now 40 minutes over, and each of those is going to take some discussion. We can amend this budget when we want to. And so, you know, I just feel like, I guess I feel like you're micromanaging this. I mean, I can address each of those points. The reason that the money was in the bonuses and why I don't believe it was doubling. I think it was 150% going from 6,000, for example, to 9,000, if I remember right, the administrative category, but I could look. The reason for that is because so much of our budget is based on sales tax revenue, and we cannot accurately forecast that. And so if we have a good year, those bonuses I would certainly expect to pay them, as I have done. But if we have a bad year, we don't know that we're going to be able to do that. Now, I agree with you that salaries should be increased, and we did increase them at the end in the 21 budget, and I'm proposing to increase them again here. And so my disagreement with you is not anywhere about compensation to the staff. It's about this town council has already made us very dependent on, this budget makes us very dependent on sales tax. And you don't have any way, and I don't have any way to forecast that.
If I may speak to some of your critique a bit, Mayor.
Well, let me ask for a second before we do that on this First Amendment.
Didn't I second it already?
Sheridan did.
Oh, the amendment? This amendment? I'm sorry. I thought that was something previous.
Yes.
Yes.
So in participating in the last budget meeting, Mayor, it's quite challenging through Zoom to actually have sort of the fruitful give and take that I think would normally happen had we been meeting face to face. So even as legislators and elected officials in town, I couldn't really chime in with my thinking until you asked for public comment, or asked for comment from the members. So I think I can appreciate that we're all tired, and it's something, without exaggerating, I love about you, Councilwoman Burke. You make me think. That being said, there hasn't been a lot of opportunity to actually critique and kind of rake through a lot of issues about this budget until today. And that's after participating in budget meetings. So I think that it might be harsh of you to suggest that it's unfair or micromanaging to bring up these things at the one forum in which council can speak on equal footing with each other.
It's not the one forum. We had a proposed budget in May, didn't we?
Yeah, I would have to disagree with you there, Sheridan. We've been talking about the budget for months now. And it's not just that has to happen in a public meeting, but this stuff has gone out to the council. Any of this stuff could have been brought up to the staff. I mean, right, this budget, we have to do some stuff during this meeting because June is when this stuff has to happen. And so some of this stuff, while I don't disagree with any of it, the discussion, it's so late right now. And yeah, we are all tired, but besides the point, this isn't fair to the staff. They've worked so hard on this budget. And all these concerns could have been brought up weeks ago, months ago. And so this is just very frustrating for me. And I'm sure it's very frustrating for the staff. And so I just want to vote and move on with some of this stuff. We can always amend these budgets, but we have to get these budgets approved or done something with them today, because this is our deadline to do that.
Okay, so I would propose that we just take them one at a time. You make the motion, Margaret, we see if there's a second, we vote on it without a whole lot of discussion. And if they fail, you can bring them up later. If they pass, they pass. So on this motion, which was, can somebody read it, please?
The way I understand it is to change line 1039 430 from 40,000 to 20,000, and that would have consequences elsewhere in the budget. But is that correct? 40,000 to 20,000 there?
Right, and then that other 20,000 was, depending on how it's defined, either 5140-830 for infrastructure replacement or 5140-200 for water reserve, because I don't know how they're defined or allocated.
Is that good enough, Polly?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? No.
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 Okay, the motion is not adopted. Is there another amendment proposed to the motion that's on the table, which is to adopt this proposed budget?
I will defer amending in terms of the bonuses for another time, but I would like to propose that we consider changing the budget on 1051-645, the Alta Resort Shuttle, that we increase that to 9,000 instead of 6,000 to allow for expanded service.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor of changing 1051-645 to be 9,000, I think that there would have to, I guess the money would be, the other 3,000 would be coming. I'm just going to throw this out there because you didn't specify it, Margaret, as a reduction in the transfer to the capital fund. Is that correct, Margaret?
You're right. I did not specify where that would come from, whether it would be in the transportation area or from capital projects.
Well, we are required to pass a balanced budget. So you know, I'm gonna say capital projects because that's the only place that I know that we have that kind of money without having to investigate any further.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
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 Okay, the motion's not adopted. Margaret, is there, or anyone else, is there another motion to amend the motion that's on before us?
I was also going to move to amend 1055-310, the economic development, and reduce the contribution to ACVB to 22K, unless and until we have a metric for how the money we spent is actually, we're gaining money from that, which has never been there. Again, because the economic development aspect of the reason for this was to gain additional visitors, and yet we've got so many questions about whether or not we have a visitor overuse issue rather than the need to draw additional visitors to town. So that's why I would propose to reduce it. And then the money that would be saved from that, the 20,000, I would move into capital projects fund that could be used for other purposes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. As a substantive matter, Margaret, can be I've been sympathetic to reductions in ACVB. I mean, before I was mayor, I was sympathetic to that. And I would be happy for us to have a conversation with them further, but I think partly procedurally and partly because we haven't had that conversation with them, I couldn't support this. All those in favor of amending the motion as indicated, that is that 1055-310 be lowered from 42,000 to 22,000 and the 20,000 be allocated to capital projects, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? No.
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 Okay, the motion's not adopted. Are there any more motions to amend the motion that's on the table?
My last one has to do with 1075-740 related to the library and community center that we not spend, well, it's combined with 1072-310 that we not use the 18.6 from the impact fund for this fundraising effort, or whatever the 22 budget is for that amount, but that amount go towards the purchase of audio video equipment for the community center, or somehow improve that space currently for library and community center use, and or to allocate funds for making that structure both safe and that the building integrity not be compromised as it currently is, as I understand it. And further to support that, my understanding is that the impact fees have to be spent within 6 years unless there is a written resolution by the council that there are extraordinary and compelling reasons why the fees could not be spent within the 6 years. And also as part of that, we note that there's an absolute date when those fees will be spent. And so this requirement that we have to spend it by 2021, I think is an incorrect statement as I read code 1136A-602, but I'm obviously not counsel for the town to be able to say that that is indeed the interpretation.
Could I clarify, is the amendment for $15,000?
Yes. I thought that figure was 18.6. Maybe I've got the wrong number.
No, 18.6 is correct.
Thank you.
In terms of what was, I think that's the number that you want to reallocate.
Right.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, just FYI, coming out of some other budget items, I have already asked the staff to make it so that hybrid meetings are possible in our community center. If you'd discussed it with me ahead of time, I would have told you that, and that might have made a difference in terms of what you want to see happen. So that is in progress, by the way. Okay. As far as the structures go, I think that we better think about a capital outlay because I don't know how much money how far we're going to get with $18,000, but and I haven't really investigated what needs to be done. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Please say no. No.
No.
No.
Okay, the motion is not adopted. Okay, we are back at the main motion to adopt the budget, the 22 budget. Is there further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
Okay, the motion is adopted 3-2. All right, the next item on our agenda is the discussion of possible action on our certified tax rate. So we do not need a truth in taxation hearing because we're not raising it. And where is that? Okay, so let me show it to you. I'm not sure why there's a highlight here.
The reason is because when I drafted it, there was not a certified tax rate set by our valuation was not set by the county, but now it is. And that amount should be amended to 0.000760.
Okay, so this becomes 760.
And that should raise the 243,000 that we want to raise.
Point zero zero
zero. 760.
Like that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt resolution 2021 R12 setting the certified tax rate for the town of Alta for the fiscal year 2021 at 0.000760?
Are we
So
skipping
moved.
over R11?
I was just reading off of this. It says R12. But you're, yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the agenda, but.
Yeah, well, there is an R11, which is the Special Services District. So let's do this first. 2020 R11 is certified tax rate for Special Service District. This is just a shell service district. We don't actually have not had a reason to raise money for it. So we're just continuing to have this in case, as I understood it in past years, we decided we needed it. Have I got that right?
I move that we adopt resolution 2021 R11.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Back to 2021 R12, where the proposed certified tax rate would be 0.000760. And that matches up with the budget that we adopted, correct, Piper?
That's what I had to, as soon as you vote on this, let's talk about the other one, please.
I move that we adopt that.
Second.
What do you mean the other one, what?
The 22 budget, the resolution R10
Yes.
that you approved. I think it has a 785 in there. The resolution 2021 R10. Right there, highlighted.
All right. All those in favor
Sorry.
of adopting resolution 2021 R12, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
So I'm sorry, that was with the amended figure, the 760?
Correct.
Yes, I vote yes.
Sheridan, that was a yes, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so our certified tax rate is adopted, and Polly, you have to weigh in on the propriety of going back to this and saying that we made that this number needs to be changed to the 760.
Holly may have dropped off. I was communicating with her.
Here she is.
I'm sorry. You guys, this is just super hard because this meeting has gone so late. What's the question?
The question is that turns out to be a clerical error in the resolution 2021 R10 that was passed 3-2, adopting the proposed budget for 21-22. And the error is that it had an incorrect certified tax rate in it.
So you can amend it to correct the certified rate. That should be, you should.
Why does the tax rate have to be here and adopted elsewhere? It seems
Well,
redundant.
that's true. You can either cut it out. You just have to adopt the tax rate as a resolution. That's the law. So.
Right. Okay. So.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going to drop off. Okay. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm going to move that we amend the resolution 2021 R10 to be consistent with the other with the actual certified tax rate we just adopted of 0.000760.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so that's done. All right. We've done everything we need to do except new business and adjournment.
Yeah, and I thought, Harris, you were going to talk about the council meetings for the next fiscal year. I don't know if it needs to be done now or if that could be done via email or some other time, but you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, if I can add in that I spoke with Polly about this and how to address it in this meeting, since we didn't get that schedule out to you. Her recommendation to me is that we just set the next meeting date for July 14th, 2021. And then in that meeting, we'll have the rest of the schedule presented and you can adopt it for the year. Does that work for everyone?
Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so I would move that we schedule the next town council meeting for the Alta Town Council for 4 p.m. on July 14th. That's a Wednesday afternoon, and that we schedule a work session from 3 to 4. So the work session from 3 to 4 and the town council meeting from 4 to 6 p.m.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I don't think anybody was opposed. Thanks, Margaret, for circling back to that. We otherwise would have not known what we were doing. All right. Can I propose that we adjourn?
Second.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.